Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, this 28th day of November 2023. Did everyone have a wonderful Thanksgiving? Yes, you all look a little fatter, so it must have been good. Today is also the reorganization meeting where the board will elect a new chairman. We will start the meeting as usual with our invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. I know that we all know, unfortunately, that we live in a broken and dark world, right? And evil needs no invitation to come to Citrus County because evil is already here. So to that end, I have invited the dynamic duo of Pastor Ryan Jeffes, who is the pastor of Redeemer Presbyterian Church, which is right around the corner on Hillside Court, and Pastor Al Hopkins, who is the pastor of the Redemption Center in Crystal River on Three Sisters Springs Trail. Our churches, our sister churches, we'll call ourselves sister churches, and we have a tremendous relationship. So I would like to invite those gentlemen to the podium because I think we need a double dose of petitions to the Father this afternoon. Following the invocation, our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by none other than our Mr. Doug Wright. Doug is the executive assistant to the Board of County Commissioners and a wonderful partner in getting things done, and we really appreciate that. Doug served in the United States Navy for 24 years, enlisting in April the 4th, 1984, and retiring April 30th, 2008. Doug served 2 tours in the Pentagon and 1 tour in Japan. Notably, Doug was deployed on the USS George Washington and USS Kitty Hawk in Iraq. Thank you so much for your service, Doug. We appreciate it. Would you please rise for the invocation and pledge?
Let us pray together. Lord Jesus, your word tells us that those who seek to save their lives will lose them, but those who lose their lives for your sake will find them. And that you are going to come back again with your angels in the glory of your Father, and you will repay to all persons according to what they have done. You have told us this. But until that day comes, we must take the responsibility of governing ourselves. The choice of saving our lives or losing them for your sake, making decisions and choices to bring peace within our cities and towns and communities. I bring our Citrus County Commissioners before you today, who bear the responsibility of representing us. We have given them the power to make decisions for us and on our behalf. This is a serious and sobering task. Lord, keep before them that all of our rights are derived from you. Keep them from corruption and self-interest. Bring to them concern for the poorest and weakest among us, for those who are the most vulnerable to those with power. And may we align ourselves with your interests of honesty and integrity, of mercy and righteousness. Give our commissioners wisdom and fortitude to make right and good decisions. When they find themselves in moments where best choices are not clear, and they must bear the burden of criticism and ridicule, give them strength to stand firm, to do what is just and moral and honors the rights you have given us. I ask for your blessing on each member of our county commission, that you would protect them, guide them, and prosper them, and that you would do this for your glory and for their good and ours. Amen.
Most high and all-loving God, before we begin today's work, we pause, first of all, to give you thanks. We say that you're the source of life, love, hope, and peace. And we thank you today for a fresh start and the possibility of a brand new agenda. As we approach a new year and we look back on the year that has passed, we thank you for the grace that you have bestowed upon this county. But most of all, God, we thank you for these servants, these commissioners that you have set before us today. Endow each of them with your presence and your wisdom. May they make prudent choices. May they also reflect the very character of your Son. We ask today, as we pray not only for them, we pray for all of the people stretched across this county, from every culture, from every creed, even down to the least of these. May every decision that is made reflect what is good and what is fair. We give you praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Ryan, Al, Doug. You may be seated. The roll call for the Board of County Commissioners, Jeff Kennard, District 1, Diana Finnegan, District 2, Ruthie Davis Schleba, District 3, Commissioner Bays, Rebecca Bays, District 4, Holly Lee Davis, District 5, County Administrator Steve Howard, County Attorney Denise Lynn, and Clerk of Court Angela Vick. Members of the Board, I would like to call for nominations for Chair of the Board of County Commissioners.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I would like to
Commissioner
nominate Commissioner Holly Davis for our next chairman.
Is there a second to the nomination?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schleba, a second by Commissioner Bays. Are there any other nominations?
I move to close the nominations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a motion to close the nominations by Commissioner Schleba, a second by Commissioner Kennard. We'll give that one to Jeff this time. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You are duly elected. Congratulations. Pause for just a moment for reorganization of the placards.
You're gonna have to keep coming back.
No, we'll figure that out later. Okay, Board, I confess I teared up there a little bit. Like to call for nominations for first vice chair.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Rebecca Bays for first
Second.
vice chair.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. We need a motion to close nominations.
Madam Chair, I move to close the nominations.
Second.
Okay, we're going to give that one to Rebecca Bays since Jeff got the first one. Thank you, everyone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, looking for nominations for second vice chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir?
I make a motion to nominate Commissioner Finnegan for second vice chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I need a motion to close nominations.
Motion to close the nominations.
Second.
I have a motion both times by Kennard and a second by Commissioner Bays. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, everyone, and I'll let you guys shift your seats.
I'm gonna miss you.
You're out. Yes. By design.
Jeff, you really, really, really need to take a turn up here again at some point.
Okay.
You're getting off way too easy.
Right by the coffee cup.
Quick, steady. Rebecca, do you want this one?
Those of you who don't know, his deaf ear is the right ear. That's why he picks that chair, so he doesn't. It's ever more important now that we have 4 women on the board. Poor Jeff. There's a little bit more nuance to it, but we'll figure it out. I see.
Bear with me.
Yeah, this one is very important, so they have the sum up time on the amber. Yeah, thank you.
There's a heater down this end.
Okay. Mr. Howard, additions, deletions to the agenda.
Yes, additional item E12, Betts Farm offer. This item is time sensitive to start the due diligence period. Also, we note E10 per the clerk's request. If we could please move E10 to the last item under regular business, and a 15-minute recess will be needed for the chair, first vice chair, and the second vice chair to sign signature cards and resolutions.
Excellent. And when is that, when's that break happening at
gonna-
E10?
Yeah, after, I think it's regular E10, after regular business.
Okay, so it'll be a
Conclusion of
while.
that.
It'll be a while before we get there. Got it. Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to pull B4
Pull B4 for separate discussion or pull
Yes.
it all together?
for discussion.
Okay. Well, we will, under the consent agenda, we will pull B4 for separate consideration. With the noted changes, looking for a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve with the changes?
Here we go. All right, y'all are going to have to flip for that one. Motion by Commissioner Kennard, and I will say second by Commissioner Bays. Any board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, looking for a motion for the consent agenda in its entirety except for B4?
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
move to accept the consent agenda in its entirety, including the addition. Or is
You
it a
mean
deletion? Deletion
including the hold on
A
B4.
deletion of B4, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schlebaugh. Looking for a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bays. Any board discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Did you vote? I didn't hear you. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, B4.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
this
Commissioner
has
Bays.
been before us a couple of times. And, you know, I thought the board was pretty clear about bringing us back a PUD for this. My concerns are the taxpayers, which we have been charged with the duty of being financial stewards, have made a great investment in this corridor for return on investment. And I think you know, this is the very thing that we've looked at for many, many years of not having hodgepodge development and making sure that that's developed in these areas, that it's what we want. So, you know, the setbacks, the ingress, the egress, the landscape requirements. So I'm still gonna stick with my point. I'm gonna make a motion not to approve this and bring it back with the PUD.
I'm gonna second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'd say that I agree, it needs to be a PUD. And from what I understand from PDC, that the car wash itself may not be able to be part of the PUD itself legally. Whether or not that's true, I want it to be part of the master plan. I want to see a full layout of everything for all the points you just mentioned. One of the hardest parts about driving around this county is seeing how we've done hodgepodge development. Dollar General, anyone? So those days are behind us. We need to be very careful what we put where and what it looks like and what the traffic flow is. So,
Madam Chairman,
yes.
I just want to add that I wasn't here for both times this came forward, but I did watch and pay attention. And I just want to say that my colleagues said that they wanted that there should be a cohesive, comprehensive plan of development for this entire site. So I agree with what's the motion that's on the floor. I seconded it, and I just needed to add that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. I will open it to the public.
Ma'am,
I'm sorry?
But
Yes?
Madam Chair, if I might,
Uh-huh.
I just want to make sure we're clear on the motion. Is the motion that we are denying the request for the plat, or is the motion that we're tabling the plat vote until the plat and the PUD are brought forward at the same time? I'm not sure that that's clear.
What would be your recommendation, Madam Attorney?
It's up to the motion maker how they want to do it. I just think it's not clear. It's not clear to me at this point in time. I don't know if it's clear to everyone else.
I'm gonna deny the plat for the car wash, and the reason behind that is because I'm concerned that if we allow a plat change for the car wash, the next time we'll just keep going back to the same process that we've been under this time, not denying it, that they'll bring it forward and piecemeal each plat out individually. I'm gonna hold firm to my belief that that this needs to be a full development, overlay, and that we know exactly what's going in there. I don't wanna see, 20 pounds of stuff crammed into a 5-pound box, and that's what I'm a little concerned about. So I'm going to deny the application for the plat.
And I second that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Kennard.
in your first split vote of your time at the chair, I would just encourage you to make sure that you check down at this side of the dais as well. I'm not going to support this motion. Plats for years have been routinely in the consent agenda and have never been an issue. I don't know what the problem is with this one. I'm sitting here thinking, listening to this, that this is exactly what's wrong with what the problem that people have with government. When you try to put a square peg into a round hole, government just gets wrapped around the axle about it. I think we are grossly micromanaging the development of a relatively small piece of property. While the developer may not necessarily be saying the exact words that everybody on the board wants to hear, it is a plat that they obviously have full intention of developing. And I think we have, in this instance, I think we've got to get out of the way. We've got the northwest corner of 491 and 486. That has come to us piecemeal as they put the parcels together. We've approved the first 2 phases of it, but we didn't get that whole project in one PUD. That has come to us in pieces. It's a much bigger piece of property, so there's more pieces to it. But 5, 6, 7 acres, whatever this piece of property is, I think we are grossly overanalyzing this. And again, what comes to mind is this is what's wrong with doing business with government.
Would you like to speak?
Yes. I couldn't have said that better. I was wondering the first time it was pulled also, because we never pull plats. They have every right to plat out the property. It's under construction. The county had all the approvals. I'm not sure what the hangup is here either, but I think this puts us, as this Board of County Commissioners, in a very bad light. Looking forward, we talk about we want right development. We want the right people here developing, so it's not piecemeal. I think this is the very thing that will drive away good developers, and we will only settle for piecemeal because of doing business the way we're doing it here today. I caution this board to not do this today, the way I think it's going.
Madam Chairman?
I do need to open it to the public at some point. We bailed right into board discussion. That's my fault. Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to open it to the public?
It's, you already called, so
Okay.
you go ahead if you like.
I think what is wrong with government is allowing projects that aren't thinking about what the PUD is. And this board, the last meeting, I watched it, said they wanted a PUD. For it to come back without a PUD is letting us know they don't have to listen to the board. So I'm just going by what my colleagues had asked for, that they wanted a comprehensive, cohesive plan of development, and I'm going to stand by that.
Thank you. I will come back to you. I'm sure you'd like to say more. Open to the public, 3 minutes. Please watch the time on the clock, so I don't have to rudely interrupt you. And state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Eisterman. I am an attorney representing the applicant today. Also with me is Chris Ferrari representing the applicant in the audience, and he's available to answer questions if I'm not able to answer those questions. So I have to agree with your colleagues here. First of all, congratulations on your appointments. It's an exciting day. We're here today to request a subdivision of land. It's approximately 9 acres. We're dividing that land into 2 lots. When you deny, a plat application or any development order, you have to cite a provision under your code for why it's being denied. Wanting a unified development is not a valid basis because it's not one of your listed criteria. When you look at a plat, there are specific criteria in your land development code that says you have to meet these criteria. Your staff, your public works director, your county engineer, your director of development services, all of them have determined that this plat meets your requirement. And quite frankly, you don't have any evidence in the record showing that this plat does not meet your published criteria. And changing the rules is against the law. So I want to point out that Florida courts have been very clear that local governments cannot make up rules on the fly when they consider a quasi-judicial application, which includes a plat. And I have cases that I'm sure your county attorney is very familiar with that cite to this principle, and that includes the City of Miami v. Save Brickell, the GBV case, which again, I'm sure your county attorney is very familiar with these cases and can confirm. The Florida court has said that plat applications are governed by your land development regulations. So these local regulations, they must be uniformly administered. This isn't me saying this. This is the Florida Supreme Court saying this. You have approved all these other plats up to now, and simply because you don't like a use on the plat, you're using the plat as leverage to change the uses or to control the development. And quite frankly, your land development code does not allow that in its criteria. If you want an overlay over this 491 corridor, if you want to require unified development before platting, you can change your regulations to do that. But today, that's not in your regulations. And it's very unfair. It is a violation of property rights and a violation of due process to change the rules halfway through the process. And we're way beyond halfway through the process. I want to point out, we have an agreement with the county for drainage already back from 2015. We have a construction agreement where my client has agreed to pay over $200,000 to make 491 improvements to further improve the access points into their property, where your county engineer has designed and approved these access points, and even the agreement says that the county cannot change these access points without notice to the property owner. So may I have a few more minutes?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry, but thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we are available to answer questions, and I would appreciate an opportunity for a 2-minute rebuttal. Thank you.
Next speaker. Stephen, we have new microphones. Be gentle with us.
I will be as gentle as I
you.
possibly can.
He's an outdoor speaker.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Schwartz. I'm from Pine Ridge. I agree with Commissioner Schlebeck and Bays that developers need to put forth a complete plan from the beginning so that we know what's going in there and so that this issue does not keep popping itself up. If we keep piecemealing things, you're going to end up with a mishmash and congestion you will be sorry for. The blast, and a proof in point is what took place in Ozello. Okay, that could still be recalled and rescinded because you didn't follow the LDC there either. The last person that was just up here mentions the LDC, etc., but she failed to name the exact state regulation that you guys were violating. And I would definitely like to know what that is because I am somewhat familiar with the LDC because of the situation that's going on in Pine Ridge and the overlay of the land, including this particular land that was agreed upon by Gulf to Lakes to keep it as 1 acre minimums. That being said, that is somewhat being shoveled to the side. And we have no idea what else is going to go up there, including the fact that as it gets more congested, and it will, once the Suncoast is completed, once you turn around and complete the projects there that are going to be there, all the commercial, but finally, if it is in your hopes, which was discussed previous meeting that you would like to make that the evacuation route, you're going to create a chaos that's going to cause someone extreme harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And if you did not do so, speakers need to fill out a green card. Madam Clerk, are they paying attention to that? Excellent. Hi, Janet.
Hi, Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I've been to a lot of these meetings, and I stay for 501 time certains. One of the things that they bring up at 501 time certains is there's people with feelings, and you get people with feelings, but you have to follow the rules. Did they follow the criteria for this plat? Did they do everything they were supposed to do to turn in all the paperwork in a timely fashion, and they met every one of the things? You can't just say, I don't like what it's gonna look like. That is a feeling. That is an emotion. That is an opinion. You have to follow the rules that are set down by the county before you took jobs as commissioners. And if this has met everything that it needs to meet legally, then you need to say, okay, I don't agree with the motion that's on the floor, and I won't support it. Because if it has met everything, whether you like what's going in there or not, it could be a tattoo parlor, it could be a hairdresser, doesn't matter. If it meets the specifications of the building codes and everything was done in a timely fashion, and they paid all their fees, you need to just say, it's in the consent agenda, it meets everything it's supposed to, and just, it sails right through. And that's what I've learned from all the years I have attended Board of County Commission meetings, that it's not opinion, it's not feelings, it's what do the rules say. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Would anybody else like to speak on this specific voting item? Okay, seeing none. Board?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Slaybaugh, then Commissioner Kennard.
This application
I'm
is,
sorry, before you go, may I have a
No.
point of rebuttal?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
If this is a quasi judicial hearing, I'd just like to put my objection on the record then. Thank you.
She's put her objection on the record.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
there's been some, and Madam Attorney, clear this up. This is a proposed Lot 2 pending building permit for a car wash. That car wash is already being built. Nobody has any problem with that. I don't know what's gonna go on, what they have plans for that, so it's not about what I like or don't like. But this application has recently been submitted for a planned unit development. That's what the board asked for, so I don't understand what the rush is and why there's the pushback from their attorney, because they got a car wash on Lot 2, that's what they wanted, that's what's been permitted, correct? And we're just saying that they want to break it up now, and before they break it up, the board had said they wanted a planned unit, a cohesive, comprehensive plan of development. I don't know what the problem is.
Done?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, we have been told for years that one of the keys to economic development in our county is consistency. This board has been far from consistent over the past couple of years. We can't do this to people who are looking to invest millions and millions of dollars in developing, again, what is a relatively small piece of property. If we're going to do this on 5 and 7 acre pieces of property, what does the investor think about who is looking at another piece of property later in the day here on 200 or 300 acres? That if they can't depend on us being consistent, following what's in our LDC, but rather just saying up here off the cuff, we would rather have more control over X, Y, or Z. If we want that control, then we need to direct staff to put that in our LDC and not just make these decisions, these changes on the fly. That's not fair to people investing money in our county.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I have 2 points. One, I will verify with Madam Attorney. This was on, as listed as B4 under consent. That makes me assume that the applicant has met all criteria for a plat.
Is that a statement or a question?
I guess that would be you verifying. If it's on here, that means that our county employees, those that put it on here, said that they have met all necessary items to have a plat.
I don't believe that the appearance on the consent means what you believe it means. I mean, it's just where it appears on the agenda, I don't think is not significant to whether or not they've complied with all of the provisions of the code, like you're saying.
My point being, the county employees would not put it on here if the county didn't already review it and it met the criteria of our LDC for a plat. That's my point number one. Point number two, at that meeting, when I remember asking, we want to see a whole plan, I think that was by Commissioner Bays, it was because the car wash was on this property. They wanted to plat that out, and it was for that second piece of property, which is much, much larger. And the PUD, I believe, how I took it, was wanted to see on that larger piece of property. So the plat could move forward because we know the car wash is going in there, it's being built, and then the board, collectively, maybe not everyone, wanted to see what that larger piece of property was going to look like. It had nothing to do with the smaller piece of property. So I don't think that asking for this plat is going against the board's wishes at all. They're doing exactly, I think, what the board had asked them to do. Here's your car wash, but hey, we'd really like to see what you're going to do with the rest of this property and have it approved through the county.
Commissioner Schlebaugh?
But isn't the car wash, isn't it just one piece of property? The car wash is on, there's one lot, which is Culver's, and then there's another lot 2, which is this whole piece of property, and the car wash is on it. And they said they wanted to see the PUD for this piece of property. That, you're saying that the car wash is one plat, that's not what I understand.
Madam Attorney, can you shed some light on this, please?
Currently, actually, the way the parcels are laid out, there's one parcel. From that one parcel, a deed was done for the Culvers, which created 2 parcels, which is the one large parcel and then the Culvers parcel. What they're asking you to do today is recognize a deed that was done for just the car wash. So that would create 3 lots out of 1 lot. Did I answer that? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bays?
So this was brought to us before they ever started the construction of this. And that's when we said we would like for it to come back. Is that correct?
Madam Chair?
Madam Attorney?
Yes, it was brought to you before they started construction on the car wash.
So my concern is we provided some direction that we would like to see what the plan is. There's been various articles in the newspaper about different projects coming. My concern is if we gave them lot 2, then you come back with lot 3, then they start the next thing, and then they just want another parcel divide. And we never get to where we want to go with this. Is that an accurate statement?
Madam Attorney?
I can see that as a possibility, yes.
My overarching concern is that we understand what the total plan is for that piece of property, that's all. Curb cuts, what the ingress egress is, you're talking about putting a Chick-fil-A up, and I know people will lose their minds in this county if you do a Chick-fil-A. We want your development, but we want to know what the master plan is for that entire parcel. At least 3 of us do. Chick-fil-A's can, a lot of us looked at what happened in Crystal River with the Dunkin' Donuts. I believe it also happened in Inverness, where it shut 44 down because of the crazy traffic that comes in there. That was poor planning. And we don't want to have that happen with Chick-fil-A on 491. So we, as Commissioner Bays so ably said, we have, the taxpayers here have invested a lot in that whole corner there. And the other developers that we have worked with have had no problem letting us know exactly what the master plan is for their piece of property. And I would say that Commissioner Kennard actually made my point for me, is that it's such a tiny piece of property that it really needs to be unified. Otherwise, it's like confetti development. You get this here and this here and this here, and it's not all working together. So if we are closed, open to the public. Your objection has been duly noted. Commissioner Kennard raised his finger first, and then Commissioner Finnegan.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to argue against the things that you or our other colleagues want, but that's not in our LDC right now. That's not fair to these developers who every single day that this project sits still, it costs them money. If we want that in our LDC, then we need to put it there. We can't be changing the rules. We should not be changing the rules on the fly. That's the stuff that gets counties into lawsuits. They are abiding by what's in our LDC right now. This is in the consent agenda because that's where plats are always in the consent agenda. This one caught the ire of the board, I believe, because of the car wash on there. If that were an ABC liquor store, it'd have probably never caught the ire of anybody. Or a half a dozen other multiple stores that we're seeing going up in the county. But because it's a car wash, there's there's some sort of stigma to it, and we've decided to take a much deeper dive into this project than we have literally any plat that I can remember in 7 years sitting up here. So my position is that if there is a staff member who believes that this does not meet our current LDC, that's one discussion. But if it meets our LDC, it's in the consent agenda where plats are always at, we should approve it and move on. We got a lot of other stuff that we need to look at. And I'd be fine with going along with making these changes in our LDC, but it's not fair to the developer to do that midstream or on the fly, as their attorney said.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I just want to notify, maybe some commissioners may have missed, I learned that there is a PUD from the email from Joanna Coutu where she sends out the look what's coming. I don't remember if there's a date set, but I seem to think January is this coming up. I'm getting nods, is a PUD for this project. So I agree with Commissioner Kennard. Let's stay out of hot water. It meets the LDC, and let's see what they're going to bring forward in January and put this thing to bed.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Schleybaugh?
I don't know who Commissioner Kennard is referring to because I wasn't at either one of these meetings that this came up. I could care less what y'all put on this property. But I do know that it is one piece of property. You started building, and now you're asking for, this board asked, when I wasn't there, for a planned unit, a comprehensive plan. What's the problem with doing that? What's the rush? You're already building the car wash. Let's do it properly. How many emails have we gotten that the commissioners just allow their friends to do whatever they want? They're just all about the money. Let's do this properly. Maybe it was done like that in the past, but not anymore. This, and if they need to change the rules in the LDC or whatever, but we are, what is proposed to us, it's one piece with a car wash. I don't know what else they're planning on doing, but let's just get it done, and everybody knows it's not some, it sounds like you guys have more information than I do. And I just know that we need to make sure that whatever is in there, that it is done properly, period. I don't know what the big deal is.
Madam
What's a
Chair?
month?
Commissioner Kennard.
Commissioner Schleba, I don't have any more information than you do.
Okay, good.
But there is a process for changing the LDC. This isn't it. You know, getting 3 votes to change the LDC does not make it right. Staff takes those directions from the board, then it goes through the PDC, then ultimately it ends up back with us to make those changes. We have not gone through that process. And to impose new requirements on a developer on the fly for things that they had no idea they were getting into, that they had no idea they were gonna run into this buzzsaw. They were simply going through the platting process as every other developer has. So if we want to change the LDC, let's go do that, but that should not apply midstream.
Madam Chairman? may I?
Yes.
Okay. According to an email from Corey Bouchard, is that you? Okay, from Director of Development Services. We intend to pursue, this is an email dated October 19th. We intend to pursue the original plat and the PUD application concurrently. That's their email, but that's not what they're asking for today. I'm just saying, why not do what they said they were gonna do? Why is it being changed now?
I am aware that a PUD has been filed for January. And like I said, we want your business here. We really do. We just need to know what's going to be in the PUD before we go forward with this. And there's nothing to stop you from continuing to build and all of that and then come forward. We want to work together to make that whole area to be the best that it can be, because as Commissioner Schleba pointed out, we get a lot of public feedback on development in the county. So, and I believe Commissioner Kennard was waving me down, yes?
Yeah, it looks to me like they are doing exactly what Commissioner Schleba asked. That they're going through this plat process at the same time that they have filed the PUD. They're doing this concurrently from everything that I'm seeing and hearing.
But Commissioner Kennard, it's not coming to us concurrently. That's the problem. It needs to come to us concurrently so we
This
see
is
the
a-
big picture. You're not going to sway any of us, so I don't
No,
think.
I see that. I
So,
see it's decided.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yeah, I agree. This has been decided, maybe even before here, but I think that it's very unfair to come up here and for God only knows how many minutes we've been arguing this point. I do agree with Commissioner Schleba, let's do this right. Let's follow our LDC and then hear the PUD in January. That actually would be right. But I think that it's unfair and unprofessional to keep talking to 2 people on the front row and asking questions and not letting them come up and have 5 minutes to clarify some points. We say, no, open to the public's done, we can't hear from you. They have answers, you keep addressing them. There's been a question asked of them where they have to nod or whatever. Let them come up here and give their 5 minutes if we're gonna do all this.
And when you are chair, you can make those decisions. We have protocol for a reason. Commissioner Kennard?
I wasn't gonna jump back into this. So it's okay for us to bend the rules or not follow the rules regarding our LDC and this plat process, but the protocol, which I agree with the protocol on public input, we're picking and choosing which rules we're gonna follow here. And that's when we get into this mess. We've gotta stay out of that. Have they followed the LDC? Have they met all the terms of the LDC? I believe the answer to that is yes. We may have bigger ideas for a more comprehensive look at these intersections that we want to make a change in our LDC. I would be on board with doing that, changing the rules midstream with this, or changing the rules midstream with public input. Neither one of them's right.
Madam Attorney?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just, we've had one council raise an objection referencing a record being made. From where I'm sitting, what I'm hearing is 3 commissioners believe that they have not met the requirements of the LDC, and 2 commissioners believe that they have met the requirements of the LDC. Unfortunately, in collegial bodies, sometimes all 5 of you don't agree. So, for record purposes, it sounds to me like 3 of you have determined that they haven't met all of the requirements of the LDC, and 2 of you are arguing that they have. So I don't think anybody has decided whether they've met the requirements or not.
Madam Chair, I would disagree with our attorney because I have not heard from any of the 3 of my colleagues that they haven't met the LDC. It's simply what I have heard, which is a struggle for me at times. What I have heard is that you don't like that there's not a PUD here with it. It's not that they haven't met the LDC. No, nobody's arguing that. That is what our attorney just brought into the conversation.
I do not believe they have. Commissioner Finnegan?
If you all can tell me which ones they haven't met in the code, maybe I'll change my vote.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
listen. First of all, I resent Commissioner Finnegan saying perhaps we made this decision before this. I do my research, I watch the meetings. Please watch your words. I had no idea what the rest of the board was going to do. Listening to the public and boo and complain, they will be the same public that says, we have to wait on the road because Dunkin' Donuts is so backed up and it wasn't planned properly. So you have to decide, do you want things to be done right in Citrus County, or do you want them to be done because developers might get mad? I think that what they have is a car wash on one piece of property. That part has been met, but now they want to break it up. Where does that mean? Where are they following the LDC as far as that this board has asked for a comprehensive plan? I don't understand what the problem is. It's 1 month away. What is the rush? Maybe you could tell me, Commissioner Finnegan, what is the rush?
I wouldn't know. I'm not in that business. I'm a commissioner that just knows that we have to follow our LDC. I actually understand that. So if you all can't come up with why they haven't met it, I'm just trying to keep Citrus County out of hot water. And you're saying the public will complain if everything's chopped up. Well, you get to look at that in January, obviously. This has nothing to do with that. This plat has nothing to do with telling the people of Citrus County, oh, well, in that other development they might do, we need to really look if the road's going to be backed up. This plat is going to have nothing to do with that at all.
And as long as the PUD comes forward and January is not canceled, then we will get to look at it then. Commissioner Bays, do you have any final comments? You've been quiet before I close board discussion.
I would just go back to the original 2 times that this has come before us previously. I thought we were very clear about what we wanted, but that has just been pushed aside for what it is that they want at this time. I don't have a problem with the car wash. I just would like to see a complete plan. I hear all kinds of rumors. There's more things going on. I don't know. I read about them in the newspaper. So I don't know what's going there. And I would like to make sure that we have landscaping requirements and setbacks, and that we have the aesthetics and the things that we're looking for. The taxpayers of this county previously have put a lot of money into an investment down that corridor for infrastructure. And I think that they deserve to know that they're going to have the aesthetics that they want and the setbacks and all the things that meet those criterias before we just start dividing things up. It has nothing to do with wanting a car wash or not wanting a car wash. But if you make this divide now, do they come back a month later and start building something else on the lot of Chick-fil-A and then say, well, we're just gonna make this plat divide? I don't know what prevents that. So whether it's growth management or legal counsel, but that is my understanding of it, and I'm concerned that if we don't hold to what we say, they don't have any responsibility to listen to what we're asking for, them or people coming to us in the future.
And I will make one final comment that I will make at 5, that I have absolutely no problem with the car wash going there. Just want to know what the whole plan is. And with that, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. Well, that was a lively consent agenda. Okay, we have no proclamations today, but we do have a presentation for our outgoing chair. And then I'm going to make a, hopefully not too lengthy, speech about what's coming in this coming year. If the board would like to join me down there.
We have a 120 times searching.
Oh.
Or we can come back to it.
I missed that on there, I'm sorry. Are you the time certain?
Yes, that's okay.
Do you need to go?
I do have a 3 o'clock at the college at 3. That's okay. That's fine. So we'll speed it up.
Commissioner Ruthie Davis Schlebaugh, it has been my distinct honor to serve on the board with you and under you as chair. You did a fantastic job and big shoes to fill. Especially given everything you brought to us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would it be okay if I go through this real quick? Okay. You said that out loud. All right, here goes. Where nature and community thrive. When I ran for this commission seat, I championed the need for the county's first ever official strategic plan. In its longest form, it is a dozen or so pages outlining the future and the steps to achieve it. In its shortest form, it is those 5 words, where nature and community thrive. It says we treasure our nature coast. It says we honor our small town, care for each other spirit. It says that we understand for us to thrive individually and as a community, that the right kind of business must be recruited and nurtured to have a thriving, multi-generational community where healthcare, recreation, education, and employment are all readily available. Now, all that's left is to make the decision that balance those needs. As we've just proven, it's not an easy task. Commissioner Schlebaugh did a wonderful job 2 weeks ago, demonstrating how much progress has been made since our strategic plan took effect a year ago. A few highlights include groundbreakings for both the long overdue 491 widening in Lecanto and for the Inverness Business Park, a first step towards expanding the county's commercial and industrial sectors. We provided $2 million towards the construction of a behavioral health campus to provide mental health services for our citizens. We increased transportation impact fees to 100% to ensure that developers can no longer build without also increasing capacity on the roads. That will be welcome for all of us who have been sitting in too much traffic lately. For what is the first time in decades, the county has funded residential road resurfacing to a 20 to 25-year cycle, which saves us tremendous money, tremendous, by not continuing to allow roads to crumble to the point that they require rebuilding. Pine Ridge, take heart, we're coming for you, and other communities that need roads resurfaced. Also saving us money in the long run is employee retention. So for the first time since 2007, we funded a classification and pay study so Team Citrus employees can, to ease our high turnover that has left us unable to keep up with growth. Plenty more wins in the past year, but what's next? Our strategic plan will be continued to fleshed out and strengthened as a communication document, including online where residents can easily see what we've accomplished and where we're going. Improving communications between the county government and residents overall is something I championed from my first month in office when I realized how much more efficient we could be as a government if we just took the time to communicate clearly in a public way from the start. You want government waste reduced? So do I. And clear and efficient communication is something that will help significantly. This board will continue to tackle the hard job of looking at our taxing structure to shift to more transparent and accountable ways. This does not equate to higher taxes. This means moving to other methodologies to ensure fairness, both with our residents and between counties. It can also make us more attractive in business development, which alleviates the ever-growing tax burden on residents. On the infrastructure list for this year are, I'm expecting a woo-woo from the end of the bench, our groundbreakings for the new Citrus County Animal Shelter, pause for that, and the Halls River multi-use path. Any woo-woo on that? Completion of the environmental assessment for Crystal River Airport's runway extension, that's going to be me and Kennard, which, never fear, will not allow for larger aircraft to land, but it will make it more fully functional for business aircraft, part of our plan to attract light and clean industry to the county. And construction of Phase 2 of the Inverness Airport Business Park is slated for this coming year. And we just got our fifth woo-woo. I consider it a great honor and an equally great challenge to take the helm during this historic time for Citrus County. There is much angst that we are paving over paradise, and as someone who grew up here in the 70s and 80s, swimming all by myself in Three Sister Springs, I feel you. Hopefully I can ease your mind at least somewhat. 31% of our county is land set aside never to be developed. And I would like to see that number grow through grants and donations. 19% of our county is water. That means a full 50% of what you gaze upon in this county never being developed. 50%. We are blessed. Of the remaining 50% that can be developed, 6% is agriculture, which we should do everything in our power to protect or even grow. 2% is commercial or light industrial, and that should grow to ensure a healthy economy, resident lifestyle, and lower taxes for residents. And quite a bit of our area is in the coastal high hazard zone, or it contains wetlands, which rightfully stymies development. We are tasked with managing growth and fostering community prosperity. It is our solemn responsibility to prioritize the protection of our priceless environmental assets and development of infrastructure while ensuring the health, safety, and well-being of our citizens. This does not equate to stopping all building. It means being thoughtful about where it goes, what it is, and what it looks like, which is exactly why our strategic plan is so critical. It was an exceptionally unique strategic planning process this commission undertook. It was citizen-driven, not BOCC-driven, which is the standard. It was residents who built the line I started this speech with, where nature and community thrive. These are our watchwords for every decision that we make up here. These decisions are often difficult, with pros and cons that must be weighed to decide the better way forward. These decisions are made best with a spirit of collaboration and offered solutions, not uncivil discourse and theatrical disharmony. Let us go forward as a board of 5 and as a community as a whole to work together with respect and empathy towards this shared vision. In this way, we can achieve extraordinary results for our community, and Citrus County will continue to soar to new heights in 2024. Thank you. Madam Clerk, time certain, and then after that, we will go to open to the public, general open to the public, I believe.
Am I supposed to press that button? No, yeah, it has to. Yes, that would be yes. I have to press that button. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Commissioners, Madam Attorney, Mr. Administrator. I am pleased to bring an audit for your review this afternoon of the fuel card usage by the Fleet Management Department. As always, we're always excited to be able to say that there isn't any fraud that has been discovered during the course of the audit. There were opportunities for improvement, and I would just like to give a tremendous shout out to your Fleet Management Director, Brian. He has been extremely cooperative, and many of the things that were suggested, he has already implemented those. And with just 18 months, I believe, under his belt, as 23 months as the new Fleet Management Director, he is moving forward aggressively to put in place controls that certainly serve the citizens of Citrus County. So it's exciting to be able to report that to you. I believe that my Chief Audit Officer, are you going to go over highlights, or do you want to just take questions related to the audit?
It's a pretty large report, so I think it would probably be simplest to answer any questions you may have relative to the findings and the observations.
Board? Commissioner Kennard?
In the absence of my former colleague, Commissioner Kitchen, I'll ask if you found any fraud.
No, we did not, Commissioner Kennard.
He'll be happy to hear that.
Yes. Board, anything? Oh, Robin.
I'm sorry, Robin Barkley, Chief Audit Officer for the Clerk of Courts.
Commissioner Finnegan, you had something?
It was quite an extensive report, and it seemed like there was a lot of ways that we could clean this up and look better. So my question probably wouldn't be for you, but for Mr. Howard, are we on top of this already? Are we changing the way we're doing business with our fuel cards?
We are. Yeah, because we began that process already, but we're actually doing the recommendations, and staff it's all underway, and we're going to obviously report back, but it's well underway.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you. I would be remiss if I would not thank, if I did not publicly thank the hard work of my internal audit staff for the amazing work that they did, but also the cooperation and work of the team in the county. You know, we can't do these things without a lot of collaboration and communication, and also the work of the internal audit team, but the finance team also. You know, it's just a lot of work that goes into these audits with a lot of data, and I truly appreciate everyone's cooperation, and thank you, Steve, for your help. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Finnegan, hold on.
Before Madam Clerk leaves, I just want to thank Madam Clerk and her team at the Clerk's office. It just seems like, especially in the last few months, you have done an impeccable job with your team in looking at ways that the county can save money and make sure that we're doing things the best way possible, and I know that's your diligent eye, so thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for the audience knowledge, we have 2 more time certains. This next one should go quickly, and then the third one at 1:45, and so we'll roll right into that as a presentation on the inshore artificial reef feasibility study, and then we will go to general open to the public. Carl, are you running H2? Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
H2 is a public hearing pursuant to Florida statutes for the purpose of hearing public comment on the utilization of the uniform method for levy of collection and enforcement for non-ad valorem special assessments.
Thank you. So I need to conduct a public hearing. Would anybody like to speak on this topic? Going once, going twice, and here comes Janet.
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. I went through a few things and I sat through a meeting 2 weeks ago because you guys had paid an attorney firm to consult and tell you how you could find more ways to tax people without taxing us.
Different.
Several ways to tax people. One was MSTU, which is a non-ad valorem. And he's talking about non-ad valorem. Now, my question is this his yearly visit to get approval, to get the non-ad valorem that are on the tax rolls already? Or is this a sneak preview of you guys deciding that you're gonna go to MSTUs and turn around and take our road taxes as one and put it onto a non-ad valorem so you can charge us anything you want for as long as you want to pay for the roads to be fixed? Because I see there could be either direction, and that's why I'm asking the question of you. Is this a sleight of hand? Or is this just his yearly come to visit? I need your permission to collect the non-ad valorem taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, this is the annual update. So if anything was going to be brought forward, it would all come before the board.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I would just like to add to what he's saying. It is the annual related to those enumerated items on the agenda.
Thank you. Excellent. All right. Then we will close the public hearing portion. Looking for a motion?
Motion to approve H2.
B, I believe. H2B.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba.
Madam Chair?
Any board discussion? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the public input that we had. The presentation that we had on the MSBUs and MSTUs, I thought was exceptionally thorough. A lot of good information there, but I do believe we're a long ways away yet from deciding if that's the right way to go, because I'm still not convinced that evenly shares the burden of road resurfacing, the sheriff's office budget, some of the big ticket items that we've talked about, and if it is just taking money from the from one hand and giving it to another, or a sleight of hand, as Janet said, then that's not something that I'm going to support. So I appreciate her interest in keeping the conversation going, but I think we have to see more information before we start down that road on how this is it's certainly a more transparent way of paying for those things. I don't know that it necessarily more evenly spreads the burden of those more big ticket items. So we'll see. We're not there. We're a long ways from there, Janet, I believe.
Well said, Commissioner Kennard. Any other board comment, discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we have H3, presentation of inshore artificial reef feasibility study, which as a diver, I'm super excited about, and I'm pretty sure the one gentleman that's sitting up here is pretty excited about it too.
Yes, ma'am.
Services Director. Just wanted to give you a quick background on our artificial reefs in Citrus County. The offshore reef started about 1985 and is located about 25 miles offshore Citrus County. The offshore reef is very, very popular with fishermen. However, boaters have asked us over the years to come up with something a little closer inshore because small boats couldn't navigate that far offshore. Since then, the board has approved seeking restore funding for both the offshore and the inshore reef. The inshore artificial reef was submitted for restore Pot 3 funding. Inshore reef required that a feasibility study be performed. The purpose of the study was to evaluate the feasibility of creating inshore reefs and were there suitable sites off of our coast. Using our continuing services contract, we selected Cardno to perform this feasibility study. Cardno later became Stantec, and with that, I'd like to now introduce Katie with Stantec to go over the results of the feasibility study.
And I'm sorry, we're running a little bit behind today.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you. I appreciate your time to review this project. Again, I'm Katie Castor with Stantec, and I want to introduce the purpose of this project, which was to come up with a potential 10 artificial reef sites within 15 miles of shore, so they would be inshore reefs. And it would be to provide hard bottom habitat that currently doesn't exist, or there's very little of it off the coast of Citrus County. It mostly consists of seagrass habitat, which is excellent, provides excellent habitat, but it's good to diversify that habitat and provide some different options for fish, for corals to grow, sponges, and provide just a little bit of diversity, because we expect that to enhance the ecological conditions of the area, which will in turn enhance recreation and economic opportunities. We also believe that this would allow some alleviation of the recreational pressure in high-volume critical manatee habitat, such as Three Sisters Springs, as it would provide a different area for people to visit. So the process for this feasibility study involved several steps. The first was to perform a desktop evaluation of the potential reef locations and develop criteria to come up with options for sites, and then develop a list of commercial and recreational stakeholders and send out a public survey to ask for input, and then holding a public information meeting, which consisted of a virtual town hall meeting. We then did field verification of the potential reef locations that we had come up with during the desktop analysis. Then there was an engineering evaluation of these proposed locations, including a cost analysis, and finally completion of the feasibility summary report and presentation of findings to the board. So the proposed artificial reef locations had to meet certain criteria in order to be considered. So when we were looking at Citrus County, waters as a whole, we were thinking about the following things that had to qualify these areas to be potential options for utilizing for an inshore reef. They had to be within 15 miles of the existing shoreline because we're trying to provide easier access for recreation. The water depth had to be at least 10 feet for safety and navigation, and also for permitting. There's rules requiring certain depths. It couldn't be within an area of current hard bottom habitat or seagrass because we want to avoid impacts to existing resources. It could not be within a navigational channel or a known cultural resource site. It could not have any anticipated or known conflict with shrimp trawling or other commercial activities. And for the purposes of this study, we assumed that each potential artificial reef site had to be at least 1/4 of an acre in size. So we started by looking at the entire inshore area off the coast of Citrus County, and we considered about 70 sites to begin with, and that was based on proximity to shore as well as water depths. But as we started pulling more of our considerations into play, we reduced and eliminated a lot of things based on the fact that there was existing seagrasses there or other constraints that we didn't want to interact with. So we came up with 20 potential sites from the desktop analysis to perform a field review and engineering evaluation of. And then we selected and ranked all potentially feasible sites that were at least 1/4 of an acre in size. And I'll also point out here, you can see all the way on the left there that there is one existing offshore reef, Fish Haven 1, and that's about 25 miles offshore. So these potential 10 sites that we are looking at as part of this feasibility study would be a more access-friendly option than the one that's currently offshore. Then we put together a stakeholder list that included residents, tourist-related businesses, the academic and research community, commercial and recreational fishermen, divers, and scallopers. And we sent out an email in April of 2022 that contained 7 survey questions to gauge public input on this. And 91% of the survey participants were Citrus County residents, and we did not receive any negative feedback or any evidence that there was conflict with this proposed project based on the responses. They were either neutral or positive. So we then narrowed the 20 sites down to 11 sites. And of course, the purpose of the study was to come up with 10 sites. But after eliminating the unfeasible sites, there did end up being 11 potentially feasible sites. So we decided to go ahead and show all 11 of those, just so that it provides a little bit of leeway for thinking about the pros and cons of each one. So here you can see that all of these 11 sites are between 4 and 10 miles from shore and are in waters from 11 to 25 feet deep. We then ranked each of these sites in terms of all of the factors that I mentioned, but the most important one being proximity to shore. And you can see here that some of the things that were also taken into consideration with ranking are proximity to existing points of interest, as well as the bottom condition and safety, navigation, that type of thing. And you can see in the picture here, this is the typical bottom condition of all of these suitable areas. It's pretty much bare. There's not any seagrasses, corals, that kind of thing. And over on the right, you can see the example or the figure showing our proposed reef module. And there are a lot of different options for reef modules, but this was the one considered for the purposes of the study. And it's about 1,300 pounds and about 3 feet by 4 feet. So the next steps for this project would be to apply for a grant for funding to implement, to provide a detailed assessment and go through permitting of the project, and then produce an engineering design and implement construction. So today we are presenting 2 cost estimates, the first being implementation of all of these next steps, permitting, design, construction, for all 11 of the sites, and then we're presenting a separate cost estimate if only 4 of the sites are implemented, the 4 closest to shore. So the reason that we picked these 2 options for presenting a cost is really just to kind of show a ballpark of what options you have as far as implementing the project, you know, everything that we came up with, or just maybe the closest ones and reducing budget. So for all 11 sites, the total cost estimate for all of these, the grant support, environmental assessment and permitting, engineering design and construction, ranges from 1.4 to 3.6 million. And for the 4 sites closest to shore, it ranges from 560,000 to 1.4 million. And again, this is assuming that each reef is 1/4 of an acre, although some of these sites could allow larger reefs to be installed. And it's also assuming that the future barge canal boat ramp would be the launch area for staging and going back and forth to get the sites set up. So a lot of these constraints or a lot of these aspects to thinking about the construction are what causes this to be kind of a range. So during design phase, when all of that is really refined, these cost estimates can be further refined as well.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Kennard. Why such a big price difference in take the 11 sites? You know, the price range from 1.3 million to 3.5 million. That's a pretty significant spread.
I think it's because there is such an up in the air aspect of how it's going to be constructed. I mean, there's a lot of different considerations that go into what equipment is going to be used. I really think it has to do with mobilization and demobilization for construction. And because there's so many different ways that that can be done, I think these cost estimates from our engineering team were provided for a very realistic standpoint and not necessarily for a, like, what is the lowest that this can be done for kind of standpoint.
Now, this, I was in on a meeting when we discussed this many years ago. I was actually the president of the Coastal Conservation Association for a number of years. And this is a project that we're pursuing. I think Mark actually came to the meeting and had this conversation with us about changing the biomass of each one of these areas, that there's data out there that shows how productive these things can be. But at that time, in those meetings, we talked about possibly sharing in the deployment costs of equipment, finding out when the needed equipment is moving through our area, or neighboring counties maybe have projects going that we can reduce our deployment costs. Is that something that was looked at this point, or is it too early to look at? Do we go through the permitting process first and then start looking for efficiencies, or how does that work?
That level of efficiencies was not looked at this point. I definitely think there's a lot of opportunity to look at that in the next phase of the project. But the purpose of this phase of the project was purely to determine if it's feasible at all to do any kind of inshore reefs. And if so, then potentially where. So that was the purpose of this. And really kind of going back to square one, it was required in order to get the grant funding to be able to implement the project. So that'll be my next slide here, is that the next action for this would be to apply for a grant, and the grant could not be applied for without providing a feasibility study. So once there's a grant in place, pending your thoughts and considerations as far as moving forward, then the grant would fund the design, permitting, and construction. And during the design and permitting phase is when those efficiencies would be looked at and further refined. And that wraps up the presentation. So if you have any questions, we are available to answer.
I do have a little bit of a nerd question.
Okay.
Those modules are obviously hollow with ingress, egress holes and all that. You have the institutional knowledge on this. Didn't we throw riprap out there before? Basically jagged chunks of old concrete to do reefs?
Has anyone thrown riprap out there?
Yeah, didn't we do that at some point? Someone's bent my ear about that we had a whole pile of it. I'm assuming this
not
must
that I'm-
provide dramatically better
It does.
results.
And Mark will probably want to mention something about this as well, but
I warned you it was a nerd question.
we did talk about the introduction of rubble, like construction debris, that type of thing, because that has been done before. But there are scientific reasons as to why we are proposing reef modules instead of construction debris.
Yes, we do have quite a bit of different rubble and different material. We have the 44 bridge going over Withlacoochee River is out on our Fish Haven 1. The bridge in Denellen is out there rather than going to a C&D landfill or to a landfill to fill up space. Concrete is ideal. We got culverts out there. We have a variety of different material, but for the inshore reef, because of the height requirement that we're at, that material really wouldn't be suitable, so we looked at reef balls. And again, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Greg Hoy, and I think he's going to talk during public, open to the public. He's been instrumental in helping us with getting this project. We tried it 20-something years ago, didn't get anywhere. So again, he's been very, favorable toward this. And again, it would be remiss. We did a lot of the homework out there doing diving of the site. So we got a lot of support for the inshore reef. So.
Madam Chair, one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Mark, do you know how much money in restore funds that we have earmarked for this project, or how much was initially, I don't want to say set aside, but allocated out of the money we felt was coming from Restore?
I don't have the exact dollar amount. Aaron probably does. I know originally, they got moved. We originally submitted these together, the inshore and offshore reef, and I believe the offshore was earmarked around 1.2 million.
Right.
I'm not sure exactly, but Aaron may add some more information to that.
Hi, Chair and Commissioners. Erin Doran, Management and Budget. This was one project. Back in 2021, we split it for the offshore and the inshore. So inshore right now, there has the remainder of Restore Pot 3 money. So it's $680,000. $80,000 is for design and permitting. $600,000 is for the implementation of the inshore reefs. One of the reasons this feasibility study was done is so that we could write that Restore grant. Like Katie was saying, it was up to 10 inshore sites. And as you saw, the range for the funding required. So in the actual Restore project for the inshore, we put $3.5 million back in 2021 and said, you know, we looked at other funding. We've actually talked to DEO, which is now, I believe, Department of Commerce, about possible funding. But we wrote in there, if we can't find other funding, we would like to at least start with the $680,000 that's in Restore. So we wanted the board to see what the options were, to see moving forward what you would like us to do as far as, would you like to look at designing all 11 sites, even if we don't have the funding today to implement all of them? Or do you only want to design and permit the 4 because that's what we're going to have the funding from Restore for? So I have spoken with Balmoral. They do know we're doing this presentation. I did let them know that there was only one meeting in December and we may not have any additional information until the beginning of the year because, again, both Katie and Mark could speak to you about it, but the sites can be larger, they can have multiple reef balls. We would need all of that information to get an accurate estimate and to do design. Obviously, if they're gonna design a 1/4 acre site versus half-acre site, it's going to look different. So we need quite a bit of direction to go forward.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Just a question for Aaron, because you said decide what we want to design and build. Is it that much more expensive if we went ahead and designed for a full project, and then if we don't get the funding, we could scale back for the 4 or 5 or whatever we have funding for?
I would look to Mark for that. I know that if we do permitting, if we designed all of them and permitted them, the permits are only good for so many years. So.
Yeah, typically they're good for 10 years. In the past, we've been able to ask for an extension to those. And on Commissioner Kennard's point, we did meet with Pasco and Hernando County, and we do believe there is going to be some savings once we get to deployment. The problem we ran into was just each county didn't have an exact date of when they're going to deploy it. So if this moves forward, and as we get closer, I will definitely reach out to those other counties and see if there's cost savings. We could all partner, hey, hit us, and maybe Hernando or Pasco. So we haven't forgotten that.
Great, great.
Can you talk about things other than recreation that might be a benefit? For example, having a more diverse ecosystem out there. Mm-hmm. Does that aid in eelgrass? Does it provide any hurricane protection, et cetera?
Not sure about the hurricane protection that far out. What's nice about artificial reefs are they mimic the natural reef. So mm-hmm. the more artificial reefs you build, potentially you're taking people off the pressure of natural reefs. So the natural reefs, there's only a certain amount of those where you have the rock croppings and things that fish are attracted to. So by building those, you're hoping that the fishermen will go to those and relieve some of the pressure. It provides not only fishing opportunity, a lot of divers like it. We get quite a few positive comments about people diving it. We've seen the head boats go out there. I would tell you on any given day, good weather day, there's 10 or more boats on that site 7 days a week.
Yeah, the Lady Luck dive site is a lot of fun. They really did a tourist thing there. Yes, sir.
Board, I would like to see us give direction to proceed with designing all 11 sites and then have this project ready to go. We can apply for the grant, have this project ready to go until such time that they can coordinate with neighboring communities. Then those communities aren't waiting on us. We're ready to go. We've got restore funds for it. I would also propose that, I mean, we'll see at the time, but I would also propose that we look to the TDC for some funding for this. We look at some of the park impact fees for funding for some of this. There's a number of different pots that we can get. We don't have one pot sitting out there with $2 million to $3.5 million sitting, but a little bit from each of these many areas, and then finding some efficiencies in the deployment of these things. And I think that we can create an absolutely wonderful inshore reef area, as Mark said, to take some of the pressure off of the sites that are already out there. Our offshore reef, Gomez Rocks, is absolutely covered up as well on a daily basis. That's a lot more closer to shore, but there are fishermen all over that hazard area, literally any day that you're out there. So adding 4 sites would be helpful. Adding 11 sites certainly disperses the population out there a little bit. Easier on the reef system, easier on the fish population that are out there.
I concur completely. Board?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I just have a question. The close to the boating corridor, is that a positive or a negative? Like site 14.
I would say that would be positive to be the closer to some of the access
I
points.
just wanted to make sure. I couldn't.
Our original thought was to spread out the wealth, go from Crystal River to Chassahowiska.
Yeah.
The problem is, as we went south, we were finding, and it was harder for us to find suitable sites. So we kind of picked the best one that we could. Obviously, Crystal River has some greater depths and some the submerged aquatic vegetation. We were very sensitive to that. We pulled the data from Swift Mud and from the state, and that was critical in the decision-making of whittling down those 80 sites to find suitable sites. So, and just the last thing I wanted to add, the offshore site, the material is already on site at the barge canal for that. So the 19 bridge, when they lowered it, we have 2,000 tons of material that's headed out there. The inshore reef's a little bit more difficult because we're starting from scratch. We have no permitted sites. I mean, so this is starting from the beginning, so.
I just couldn't tell because some of the notable factors were there's a shallow area and the other close to the boating corridor are deeper water preferred. So I just wanted to make sure that like 14 and 19 are still suitable for this project.
Yes, is there anything else you want to add on that, Katie?
I do want to specify that they're potentially suitable. So
Okay.
all 11 of these sites are potentially suitable. Being close to a boating corridor was considered a negative
Okay.
because we are concerned about safety. So, not all 11 of these sites may be 100% practical, but from the analysis that we have completed so far, they are potentially suitable. During design and permitting phase, more detailed assessments will be conducted to really determine the full feasibility and also the extent, because like we mentioned, some of these sites you may be able to do a half-acre reef size or something larger. And if you do a larger reef size at a particular location, you're maximizing and making your construction more efficient because it's one site. So that type of leeway kind of plays into the decision-making as to, which one or ones of these are, most cost-effective and most practical.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Board, I guess we're looking for a consensus. I'm with Commissioner Kennard to go forward with all 11. We're not actually taking a vote, so there's no open to the public.
Madam Chair, my name's Greg Hoying. Mark knows me. I'm the one who originally went out and found these locations. So I'd like to say something, if I may.
Can you wait till open to the public? It's going to be right after this.
All right.
Thank you. You be first in line, though, because it's not a board vote, so there's no open to the public. Where was I? Commissioner Schleybaugh?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, you've got a consensus.
Just for clarification, sorry.
All 11.
All 11, do you want, obviously, we'll bring back to you options for, consultants, but do you want the consultant to look at all 11 sites and make their determination as whether it should be the quarter acre or a half acre? Do you want them all to be a quarter acre, or do you want to leave that up to them to make?
I would say it needs to optimize the site, but
Yeah, I agree. If
Okay.
the site, if the permitted area can be larger, great.
maximum efficiency. Anything further? Okay, thank you. All right, if memory serves, we are actually going to open to the public. Mr. Hoynes, I told you you'd be first in line. So, just 1 second, I need to say something and get to the correct page. So it's 3 minutes unless you have a letter on file with us, in which case it's 5. State your name for the public, and please fill out a green card for the clerk. And I hope it made an impression, the very end of my speech earlier, that we should all try to work together in a spirit of civil collaboration. Meaning you're not going to yell at us, right? Okay, good.
Greg Hoying, Floral City. In 2014, I went to a forum put on by FWC, and I asked the question, Hernando County has many offshore reefs. Levy County has a lot. We had 3. They immediately got me in touch with Keith Milley up in Tallahassee, which in turn, I got in touch with Mark Edwards. In conjunction with him, I got 2 volunteers from Birds Underwater, which I think you'd be remiss not to acknowledge their work in this. We found 10 sites that fit the criteria FWC put out, and they're very strict. So I'm assuming those are the 10 sites or 11 sites that they're using. We had permitting was getting started. They sent me down to a symposium on building reefs. We had a location to build the reefs. This was an all-volunteer effort. But as it turns out, we were awarded $500,000 from the REACT money. Mark called me later after we had all this going and said this was pushed back to 2026. I spoke with Commissioner Kitchen a year ago on this. He said the money's still there, so I hope it is. I would like to say that if we do intend to move forward with this, I think we can get these reefs made by still an all-volunteer effort. So that would save a lot of money. So that's all I have to say. I want to thank Mark Edwards on this, and I'm glad and happy that it's finally moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Hoynes, and with all sincerity, thank you for your efforts on this, and thank you to Birds Underwater.
Yes.
And everyone else involved. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Carmen Kubitschek, and I live in Inverness Village 4. I'm not going to go away. We're going to continue fighting this and asking questions. I'm directing you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Kennard, in the last meeting, made a statement saying that the meeting that you had with us in this courthouse with staff was illegal. The reason I'm bringing this up was because I had wanted to know why Mr. Howard was not present at the meeting. So I want him to be aware that I was under my assumption that this meeting was supposed to be open to the public, to the residents especially. Okay, so I want that to make that quite clear. we still have a problem. We do not have an infrastructure. There's a lot of things going on in this county with permits being issued that should not have been issued, construction that was being done that wasn't supposed to be done without an ERP. I'm getting educated because obviously this is not my background, but I do want you all to be aware that we continue to have a big issue and we cannot ignore this. And I don't expect the commissioners here to ignore it either. And I really do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take a point of personal privilege because the doctor mentioned the word illegal, so we're not going to let that hang out there till the end of open to the public. That was entirely illegal. There was only one commissioner in the room, and it was open to the public.
Hello, my name is Reese Vance. I live in Iverness Village 4. I have one question. This question is for the entire committee. Would you be willing to lose your reelection? I ask this question because this is not just a District 5 disaster. This is a Citrus County disaster. Your unwillingness to come together as a committee to solve these problems is horrendous. Your unfounded denial and lack of responsibility regarding the infrastructure and roads in a Citrus County subdivision brings into question. If you would do this to the taxpaying residents of IV4, what other nefarious and complacent acts, as well as horrific disregard and blatant disrespect for the citizens of Citrus County, is this committee and the county capable of? Are you willing to lose everything you work for? Because we are losing everything we work for, and you're forcing it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gil Phelan from Lecanto. I can see that we're continuing here with the keeping the people waiting. I know the last chairman, that was one of the first things she wanted, right, was to get rid of us serve speaking. Since that didn't work, the next thing is, hey, let's keep us waiting. Yeah, no chairs, no, just wait for hours, people. You're just the slaves here. That's the way we feel about it. And then we get to sit through the ode to self, a nice video of how great I was all last year. You know, when you're really good and people know you're good, you don't have to sing your own praises. Other people are supposed to do that for you, right? Listen, I understand. I'm the jerk here for you guys, no doubt. And I know you have many more skills than I have, especially in financing. But your skills in understanding what's happening with the country, what your constituents want, are severely lacking. Especially we don't want any more of this DEI stuff, this woke Marxist inclusion diversity. Get rid of that, okay? It's silly. It's proving itself. You're all women, most of you are women. I know Mr. Kennard isn't. But the mutilations that our kids are going through, when did that start? It started when everybody approved of this queer stuff and at the libraries, right? That's where they groom the kids for the next generation to abuse. How else are they going to get them? So we don't want to hear that. Budgets, very interesting that, you talk about disaster. It's so funny sitting here talking about $5 million worth of concrete balls while my neighbors are calling me asking to borrow money because they're not paying their phone bill. Okay, because their insurance is tripled, they can't afford it. And, I hear, oh, it was such a tough decision to make to increase the taxes. No, the tough decision really needs to be made is to stop the spending. Okay, we don't have the money. If you haven't noticed, the whole country is broke. The inflation is really more like 50%. When you include 8% interest on mortgages, The gasoline double, food double, we're about 50%. We have to stop spending. No concrete, listen, I'm a diver and I'm a captain, okay? I love the ocean. But $4 million for balls right now really shouldn't even be a discussion. Last but not least, the border. Here we are again, weeks and weeks later. Plenty of talk about reef balls and scallops. The women. Do you know who's being raped and abused? It's the women. They're being killed and sold into sex slaves. Why is the border so unimportant? I don't get it. Our country's being destroyed, and you're talking about $5 million of reef balls. Oof.
Next speaker.
First of all, I want to say congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I applaud this board for not pushing through a plat without feeling confident and that the proper facilities are in place tonight. If only we could take you back to 1972. Inverness Village 4 is a mess. It's not the roads, it's the infrastructure.
I'm sorry, I need your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carlene Sempert. I'm Inverness Village 4 on Maryland Street. I sent you all an email and a spreadsheet about a week ago or so with a few questions in there that I would like the answer to eventually. I'm not going to ask them tonight. My main concern is, has Mr. Howard or the rest of the Board of Commissioners, have they been down Crestwood to so-called J Street? You really need to see it. There is a posted permit that is in the middle of this proposed drainage facility and a hodgepodge of wires and stuff coming out of the ground. I have no idea what it is. It's a mess. It's ridiculous that this is even happening right now. I know there's a moratorium on the permits and we appreciate that. But what I want to know, the people that are in this proposed drainage district, have they been notified? They need to be notified. Those lots need to be placed on a list of unbuildable, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Gwen Martin, IV4. It was nice, we just spent 45 minutes on your LDC and the violations that could occur. And 2 years ago, this was brought to the commissioner's attention with the disaster in IV4. And nothing was ever stated. Kennard was on the commission. Davis was on as a commissioner then. I brought the attention of the LDCs that were being violated out there, and they looked at me and said, we have loopholes. But now we just spent 45 minutes on 6 acres with 3 outfits on 6 acres, but you let 130 acres, 319 homes be built, not following your LDC without any infrastructure in it. There's a problem somewhere in this county.
Next speaker.
Ross Frederickson, Inverness Villages 4. Good afternoon. In the previous board meeting held on November 14th, it was stated that the county is well aware that the city of Inverness was putting water into IV4. I assume that someone from the county, possibly the previous Board of Commissioners, gave the approval to proceed with this, as well as other utilities, such as the power, natural gas, spectrum cable. Can you tell me the date that these approvals were granted and who gave these approvals? With the county well aware that IV4 was being developed, why wasn't an ERP filed with the state of Florida, which is required by law? I then have another question from my neighbor, Dee Dee Headley, in Inverness Villages 4. In the meeting that Holly Davis hosted with the IV4 residents, it was stated that provisions have been put in place so that what has happened in IV4 will never happen again. What are those provisions? And how do they apply to the disaster we have right now in IV4? Thank you.
Hello, I am Janine Eady. I also live in Inverness Villages 4. We've learned much in the last couple months, especially that we were presented with a study with flaws and serious concerns brought to our attention, and I feel as a scare tactic, we're not going away. The county and Swiftmud or whoever knew about this from years and years ago should have been doing things to prevent this. We've heard lots of different things that have been going on, and again, I am too becoming more and more educated on things. But I want you to know that we are citizens of Citrus County. We are paying lots of taxes, and take those taxes away, and I mean, there's millions of dollars there. What are you gonna do to protect us as citizens of Citrus County also? We're not going away. The infrastructure has to be put in place, and then we can go back and talk about an MSBU for the roads. But the infrastructure needs to take place, and people knew, the county knew, other people knew that water, there's a huge, huge development right now of water being put in, gas, spectrum for cable and internet, electric, it's all out there. This is not a well-kept secret. It's out there, and we need to know what's going to happen for the infrastructure for us to help. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, Mike O'Connell, Floral City. I came up here to thank Commissioner Finnegan for bringing forth that border resolution. It shouldn't take a lot of courage to do that, but in these days, it seems to take a lot of courage. So I want to thank you for that. You're carrying out the request of the Republican Party of Citrus County. I find it a little hard to believe that anyone would be against it in any way. With all of the drugs, fentanyl, sex, trafficking, crime, now carjackings. Not sure how many carjackings we've had in Citrus County, but we just had one, and they were allegedly illegal border crossers. $150 billion, I understand, in taxpayers' dollars it's going to cost to house these people and take care of them. That's not even to mention the cost it'll take to remove them, because they're all illegal crossers. They did not cross legally. We know that the president is allowing this to go on because he wants to stock the blue cities with people in anticipation of the 2030 congressional census. And we're going to lose, we're going to lose the Congress because of all these blue cities are going to have new blue Democrat congressmen. So anyway, I expect every Republican on this board to give a full-throated support for this border resolution. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Labriola. I have a letter on file. I represent the Christian Family Coalition, and I'm here on behalf of the Christian Family Coalition to also thank Commissioner Finnegan for bringing this resolution to the floor, and specifically for shining a spotlight on the tragedy of human trafficking, which is mentioned in the resolution, so thank you for that, and its connection to the Biden border crisis, by bringing forth and sponsoring this resolution at the request of the Citrus County Republican Party. Human trafficking, just to share some statistics with you, has increased massively in the last fiscal year. The vast majority of those trafficked in the U.S. are immigrants, most of them here illegally, and I heard a statistic recently that's quite disturbing, that perhaps half or even the majority of those are now children that are sexually trafficked into the U.S. A study by the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women estimated that 60% of unaccompanied alien children are caught by cartels and exploited through child pornography and drug trafficking. To put this into perspective, more than 150,000 unaccompanied minors crossed into our country last year, which is about 5 times what it was under the Trump administration. This dramatic increase is a direct result of the Biden administration's open border policies. On average, over 12,000 unaccompanied minors are entering the nation monthly in 2023. Since taking office, the Biden administration has reported over 300,000 alien minor encounters. Biden has expedited processing for unaccompanied minors while lowering standards for sponsors by gutting the vetting process, essentially delivering children into the hands of cartels, pedophiles, and pimps, and many of them claiming to be family members. Biden also eliminated a Trump administration program to perform DNA tests on immigrants claiming to be traveling in familial units, which had detected more than 6,000 fraudulent families under Trump, but that DNA testing has been eliminated. To make matters even worse, the Biden administration canceled a federal operation known as Operation Talon that targeted sex predators in the country illegally because he felt that it was important to redirect our federal law enforcement agencies toward the much bigger problem of MAGA Republicans as being supposedly our #1 terrorist threat, a domestic threat in the U.S. Combined with the absence of border enforcement, this has made the U.S. a fertile breeding ground for child sex trafficking. The Republican Congress can and must use the leverage it has through the power of the purse to force the Biden administration to secure the border and end the policies that are facilitating the transfer of children to sex traffickers. By passing this resolution, I believe you will be sending a strong message to our congressional delegation to do was that 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
Oh, that was 3. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's all right. I'll wrap it up real quick. As I said, the Republican Congress does have the power to use the leverage to use the power of the purse to force Biden's hand on this issue. And it's important for this body, representing the citizens of Citrus County, to urge our congressional delegation, made up of Congressman Bill Rackus as well as our 2 senators, to really force Biden's hand on this, because there should be no more continuing resolutions approved or anything without being tied to border enforcement. So some have said, including the Chronicle, that this is not a local issue, but this body has multiple times, or every single year, you have a set of legislative priorities that you have a lobbyist that you send to Tallahassee also that meet with our congressional delegation on issues that impact us locally. This is no different. In fact, if anything, it's even more critical that we address this issue and that we use our power as a county to lobby through resolutions and whatever means possible to urge our congressional delegation to hold the Biden administration's feet to the fire. So once again, Christian Family Coalition, which has taken a position on this issue, a strong position on this issue of sexual human trafficking that's going on as connected to the border crisis. Thank you for bringing this to the attention, making it such an issue that now has generated multiple headlines. That's the kind of attention that really needs to be generated. So regardless of all the attacks from the Chronicle, thank you for standing strong on that. And this will send a message to our congressional delegation that we want to hold the Biden administration accountable. And there were 3 carjackings recently here in Citrus County by 3 alleged illegal aliens in Floral City that did make the front page in our local paper, and that could have just as easily been a sexual assault. So thank you again.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Beatty, and I would first like to make clear that I am here as a taxpayer only. I don't represent anyone or anything here today. Madam Chair, what I'm here today to speak about is not an attack, but it's an observation, and hopefully my words will offer reflection. Commissioner Kennard, I have the most sincere respect for you and the amazing job that you've done, so my 3 minutes are not aimed at you. I am a Republican and I am a conservative, but I'm also a free thinker. And it's my opinion that all women leaders have to remember that young women of our community, possible future commissioners, are watching and learning on how to lead and how to be common-sensed and solid and independent thinkers who remember the mission which is to protect and fairly represent all of Citrus County. Because what opportunities that I've been watching here today, there are 4 women commissioners, something unthinkable when I was a child. You have the ability to make Citrus County a better place using your intelligence and your tenacity and your unique perspective as women. But the problem that I have seen lately, played out in the Chronicle and other social media, is the lack of leadership that's been taking place. I see the spread of meanness and divisiveness and victimhood, and as a result, Citrus County pays the price. It has been in my experience that when this behavior enters a community, it's typically from an outside puppet master. And I feel like you all especially need to be, that are in those seats, need to be on guard against manipulating forces behind the compliments and the accolades and the picture posing that oftentimes comes with your position. The shininess of public office should never steal your discernment. The more you align your identity with being part of a particular group, the more willing you are to minimize concerns about the group's behavior. Ironically then, it's when you are convinced that you are a victim who's fighting for justice that you actually behave in the most harmful ways. And that's what I'm seeing. Everything I just said, in my opinion, reflects the recent behavior of Commissioner Finnegan. I don't mean this as an attack. I just am hoping that you will reflect on my words because I truly want her to grow and become our champion. There are 3 brilliant, seasoned leaders to learn from up on that board. And my sincere hope is that Commissioner Finnegan can become less susceptible to personal agendas and more of a strong leader that the voters and the young women of Citrus County have so much hope in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amy Pennard. I was here a couple weeks ago.
You can pull that down.
Thank you.
There you go.
Short people.
I wouldn't know about that.
I was here 2 weeks ago and had explained what had happened to me on the trail up in Hernando. Since then, I've done a little research and come to find out the property where it happened is county property. I'm kind of curious to find out why it's not posted and why ATVs have been free to ride around in that property. The liability to this county could be outrageous if anyone were to get injured on that property. It's vacant property that's been sitting there. It consists of 91 acres. It is north of Norvell Bryant, and it runs between 41 and Canterbury Lake Estates. The second thing I'd like to know is if the county can do anything with Duke. Right now, Duke has power lines that run from 491 all the way up to Citrus Springs. It's a huge area. What I refer to as the Interstate 75 for ATVs. That is how they are getting down to Hernando. I know because the people that injured me lived in Citrus Springs and literally drove those power lines 4 miles to come down into Hernando to ride on county property. That should not be allowed. The other aspect I had brought up was in regard to the Sheriff's Department. You authorized the funds for the Sheriff's Department. I did a little information. It seems that the Sheriff's Department keeps coming to you and saying, we need funds, we need funds, we need funds. I did a FOIL request. As of 11/13/23, there's 212 officers on staff. Of that, only 120 are road patrol. In the last 3 years, they've hired 172 officers. 61 of them have left. That's a large turnover. The last thing I wanted to speak about was when I said that where do you go to complain about the Sheriff's Department not doing anything? Oh, and by the way, they won't press charges for the kids that injured me. You told me to go to the governor's office. Well, guess what? When I called the governor's office, they said, start with your county commissioners. So here I am going in circles. You say, go governor. Governor says, go to county commissioners. I'd like to find out what the true answer is. Thank you.
Next speaker. As a reminder that when one of us disappear, we have a microphone in the bathroom. It's only, or actually a speaker. There is no microphone, thankfully. So don't think, we do this in lieu of taking breaks, so.
That's okay. Strong women keep going, so. Okay, so whatever, you hear, keep going. Good afternoon. My name is Lala Sanders, and I live in Inverness. I have emailed you all videos of the first of all, this is about the border resolution, about the representatives running for office, reporting truth from what is going on at the border in Texas and Arizona, and I hope you have taken the time to review them. It should concern you when you hear illegals on the camera when asked questions what they say, when asked where they are coming from and where are they going. And they respond with going to Florida. And I'm supposed to report to the Homeland Security in Miami, all while wearing an ankle monitor, and it shows it to the camera. As our local elected representatives, we count on you to advocate for us to the state and federal governments and should be concerned, as I am. Is DeSantis really doing all he's saying concerning the border? Or is he too busy trying to run for president and has forgotten the state's responsibilities? I voted for him to continue to be our governor for 4 more years. It's so much easier to talk instead of reading it. But anyway, Biden addresses the citizens that the border is closed and yet takes no action to stop this invasion that he caused. What's divisive and frankly outrageous is what Biden is doing to this country. And we expect you to fight back to protect our country from the negative impacts this invasion will inevitably bring to our community. And I have an illustration. In my neighborhood, I've been there for 20 years, and we never have really had stray cats. A few months ago, we had a couple move to the neighborhood from New York and took in some kittens they found and were supposed to take care of them or call the animal shelter. All of a sudden, we see cats roaming our neighborhood because the couple apparently did not do what they were supposed to do. Now there's an invasion of furs costing taxpayer dollars to have animal control try to capture them, house and feed them, all because of the lack of responsibility of 2 people. I love my fur babies and take care of mine first. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is April. I'm from Hernando, and I'm here regarding the border security as well. It's not just a Republican problem, it's an American problem. And I'm going to speak the best I can from my heart. I feel coming here today is at the local level. This is the best I could do for my country coming here today, since I can't go to Washington, D.C. to speak my mind. We all know that the border has been overrun. It's worse than it's ever been before. It's costing our country millions of dollars, not only in fighting it, enforcing border control, whatever little there is, but then we're funding these people. We're giving them money to live. We're giving them licenses, and we have that need. We need to feed our own right here in the United States first. And I think it's terrible that our government has turned their back on Americans by allowing our borders to be opened. Not to mention, it's a well-oiled machine down there at the border. You've got other countries cooperating, busing these people in, knowing full well that these kids are going to be victims of all kinds of sex trade, molestation, and even death. Not just children, but women and men too. We're sitting back watching the news. We've been watching this for how many years now? And what are we doing about it? We've got to stop it. I have friends in Texas and the other state, Glendale, Arizona. My friend in Glendale, when she first moved there, she felt very safe in her neighborhood. She no longer feels safe any longer because there's people that have crossed the border in her. They go into the garbage, they loiter, they steal. And it's like, nobody's doing anything about it. We need to really, as Americans, stand up for our country and get back that border where we need to. And we need to protect our own first. And that's what I have to say.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Janice Murphy. I'm a resident of Inverness, and I'm just here to thank Commissioner Finnegan and ask that the rest of you commissioners support the resolution. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kathy. I'm from IV4. From previous meetings, this board had acknowledged that previous board had dropped the ball in allowing the subsequent IV4 construction to proceed without addressing the infrastructure problems. In my view, whether it was previous board or current board, it is the same body of this continuous body of BOCC. So, and also IV4 disaster is not, like my neighbor said, it's not just a neighborhood problem, it's not just a district problem, it's a whole Citrus County problem. I mentioned that last time. I'd like to know, will there be an investigation into how, where, and who was responsible for what to allow that to happen back in the decades ago? Maybe 2012 or 13. Or if there's an attempt to rectify the situation that we're in now. And also, my second question is, anyone had looked into any possible state and federal grants that could help IV4 situation? And I would like to hear response from each one of the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Schwartz, and I don't need to be reminded, thank you. Thank you, commissioners, and hope your Thanksgiving was enjoyable and relaxing. I would first like to thank Fire Chief Stevens for investigating my horrific experience with the rescue team that came out to my house and for making sure it won't happen to anyone else. I am still waiting on answers to who owns the sewer system at Nature's Resort in Homosassa and how the county will prevent another release of raw sewage into the Halls River or anywhere else. Mrs. Bays made a suggestion for a town hall meeting for new development before the approval or denial at a public hearing by commissioners. When can I expect a motion to be made that would allow the town hall meetings pertaining to new development input before the commissioners vote? Now that we have all 5 commissioners, when will the issue at the Pine Ridge Golf Course be back on the agenda? As I made you aware, if you already didn't know, that artifacts were found on US 44 and County Road 491 project. They were sent to UF and should have been returned for display at the archaeological site in Crystal River. Who is the UF contact or the state representative that would be able to answer the whereabouts of these artifacts? Are developers watching for artifacts on the lands that they are clearing now and removing them before they get destroyed, as this whole county was populated with indigenous communities? When will we start the invocation, which should include all religions, as we are one nation under God in a melting pot in a great country? I would hope whoever invites the clergyman would request that the invocator to use words of in God or Lord or Source Energy, as we are all under one God. If not, then I'd appreciate that they start listing every religion that is practiced in the world. Because we have, since we're talking about immigration, we have people here legally from all over the world with all different religions. And I would hope that from now on, we stop using in the word of Christ. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. 2024 strategic plan is 12 pages. I'm waiting to read it in its entirety because I'd like to see what other methods of taxation you're going to hopefully come up with in 2024. I really want to thank Commissioner Slaboff for the job she did in 2023. I'm sorry that we couldn't hear what Commissioner Davis had to say to her when she gave her plaque, but I know it was something nice. Jeff Kennard is a very nice gentleman. He's a good commissioner. And he knows that when I try and listen to what everybody's doing. And you need to follow rules that are in place. If you want to change them, you do it over time and you do them properly through channels. Commissioner Davis, I wish you good luck in 2024 in leading this group. So as we end 2023 and move into 2024, may all our commissioners remember that. You need to be careful of what you're spending. We need to get in touch with the people that are going to be building, and we need to start pushing apartment complexes. And I don't like those words, but we do need that. You have to remember, if we have people making $15 an hour, that means that if they work a 40-hour week, they're making $600 a week. That's only $2,400 a month. Now, these are all pre-taxed, okay? And that's only $31,200 if they work all 52 weeks in a year. It takes 321 hours for one of those people making $15 an hour to make what our administrator makes. 321 hours per week. See, I forgot that part. Per week to make what he makes. That's not going to help with houses. So we need to start getting some builders in here to make 2-story apartments or 3-story apartments at the most. But we need to get affordable housing for our working people. You keep saying we want our students to stay in Citrus County. How can they afford to stay in Citrus County? Mom and Dad moved into the houses in Beverly Hills that were made for retired couples, not families. But I do want to thank everybody. And just for past history for the board members, none of you were on the, well, no, maybe Commissioner Bays was. We used to get a 3 o'clock break for 15 minutes so that anybody that was here, either on the dais or in the audience, everybody took a break at one shot and it was done. Something to consider to go back to.
Have you seen how much water I drink? I'm just saying.
Todd Cloud, and thank God I live in Homosassa. That's all I got to say. No, I got 3 things. Number 1 would be the fact that we do have the rededication coming up on January 11th. I know I sent you all a letter for that. There's one thing I didn't put in there because I didn't feel it was appropriate, but please make sure if you decide that you want to show up for the rededication of Trooper Smith, do not wear high heels. The ground there is not suitable for it. And hopefully we do have a good response because I do know the colonel's going to show up from the Florida Highway Patrol, so it'd be nice to see good presence there. Secondly, border resolution. Again, 4 o'clock, I got to start on my teen court, which is important, so I can't wait on the vote and let you know. But I know previous people keep track of how many say yes or no. I am for the resolution for all the reasons everybody else has talked about. Thirdly, wow, I was impressed. I forget what day it was when I picked up the newspaper and it was above the fold that somebody finally wants to reduce speeds in this county to save lives. Hopefully, y'all take that into real consideration, especially since I've worked as a trooper for 21 years. I know what speed does, and the statistics for this county are not good. So hopefully when you decide to lower speeds, you look at the whole county and not just the new corridor that's coming through. And the reason why I say that is because I know how the laws work. I know what the speed limit's supposed to be. I know the state of Florida says you can't write a ticket for 5 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. So when you decide to do those speed limits, make them 5 miles per hour lower so we can have a decent speed and get to where we need to safely. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe there's anybody behind the pillar, correct? Awesome, thank you. All right, board, anyone like to respond?
I'm gonna let you handle IV4, because you're the expert.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Appreciate them coming. You're not forgotten. I mean, yes, this started in 1972, but we are a board that needs to address this, and I know Commissioner Davis has been working on it, so. The border is important. What is happening in the border, nobody supports sex trafficking, human trafficking, fentanyl. I would like to see a resolution on how many deaths happen and how we can stop the fentanyl overdose. I don't think there's one person that isn't affected by that. It is horrific. I think every single person has 1 degree. They know somebody that has died from a fentanyl overdose. So I know that board is united in that. I am curious if we have looked into federal grant. Mr. Howard, also, there was the question about the lift station in out there on Homosassa, and I can't remember if you got back with Steve about that. And I think that's everything. Pretty easy day. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Again, I think we're all very concerned about the border. It's amazing to me that the United States of America doesn't have some of the same things in place as other countries when it comes to if you're going to go live someplace abroad for 3 years, you have to show financial wherewithal or you have to prove that you have a job. That's something that apparently the United States does not have in place. So as much as we're going to do border resolution, I would like to see some of those other options put in place for the United States. 2 things, I guess, for staff that I was a little dismayed at hearing, and I'm not sure what it is, but I would like staff to follow up. Apparently, there's water lines being put in at Inverness 4. Is that new water line? I have no idea, not putting you on the spot, but it's something I would like to know more about. And then also talk with Amy to find out about what this the vacant property, the 91 acres at 41 in Canterbury, and see what's going on there. I was under the impression that accident took place on the trail, and apparently that's not the case. And as far as Inverness Village 4, that is just one hot mess. I think at some point, we've heard about this. I heard about it during my first term in 2010 to 14. It's back. We need to have something. We need to have some sort of input from staff, whether we have a workshop and talk about it publicly with them. We have something, but I think it's just, we listen to these people come here, whatever. I know there's been 2 lawsuits. If that's the case, we need to have that publicly. We need to find some resolve to this and find out what we're going to do. But it makes no sense to me to have these people come here every meeting and talk about the same thing and never give any direction. So I'm asking that we do something. What that is, I don't know, but I think it's pointless that we sit here and we listen to the same things over and over and over, but we never speak to it from a staff level.
Which, either of you? Commissioner Finnegan?
I just don't have anything new to offer on IV4, and I know you've been working with Commissioner Davis, but I do want you to know that I hear you. I'm sure we all do. And we'll see moving forward. Of course, when it first started, I had a lot of my own questions that I've gotten answers, and it seems like the answers have been put out, but we're still fleshing that out. Mr. Howard, last meeting, I gave the idea, and I don't know if this would be on you, but since I can only direct to you, maybe work with the clerk's office. I did notice a lot of people standing again, and I was hoping quickly we could work with the clerk's office to have the green tickets turned in ahead of time, and we could call the names so people could just sit in their seats. I don't know
We'll work on that.
who we could get to work on that, but if we could, that would be fantastic. I think it was Mr. Phelan. I didn't write the about money for the reef. I just want to point out that's not the your taxpayer dollars. That was grant that was already given to Citrus County. That money would be used, so that's not going to be new. To the lady that was injured on the ATV, I know that we don't have the whole story. And I know you said that CCSO would not go after whoever you feel like the perpetrators are, but you could always talk to the state attorney's office. You have every right to do that. And I just had another question about Stephen Schwartz. I didn't know if Eric was going to get with him, and maybe we just don't have the information yet, but if someone could follow up and get him that answer. And of course, the border resolution, it's on the agenda later. I listened to everyone that had something to say. I feel like it did start with the Republican Party. I believe it has become a nonpartisan issue. I will show you from both sides how they have proven that it is important, and I will also give you a snippet of what has recently come out from the Florida grand jury, which is pretty staggering. So all that to come under that item. Thank you.
I will, I'll start first of all by saying that I don't believe that I said the meeting was illegal. If I did, I misspoke. Inappropriate, I believe, was what I said, or at least that was what I meant to say. And what I mean by inappropriate is not necessarily a commissioner going out to meet with a group of folks, because I've been out there to meet with a group of folks. It's when we start dragging staff with us or using county resources that that needs to come to this board first. And as a board, we need to decide that is something that we're going to spend county resources on holding such a meeting like that. And I would be willing to bet that 10 times out of 10, the board's going to say, yep, that's an important issue to address. And then have Mr. Howard send the staff that he believes appropriate to be out there at those meetings. But for one of us individually to call such a meeting and ask Mr. Howard for the staff, that's inappropriate. Doesn't mean it's illegal. It's just we're spending county tax dollars, general fund tax dollars, to send staff out there and hold these things. it's something that the whole board should be at least involved in that discussion. It may be a 30-second discussion, say, yep, you know, knock, knock yourself out, take who you need to out there and see if we can find a resolution to this thing. So anyway, that's enough about the illegal part of it, or not illegal part of it. The ATVs riding around on public property, I addressed this some time ago up in the Crystal Manor area, and they were riding in our DRAs. We had the sheriff's office was involved in trying to stop this, and if that's going on again, I don't know why we're allowing it, but we certainly should get the sheriff's office involved in it. I think that's all that I've got.
Thank you. With that, I will say that I do not recall you saying illegal. I was just correcting what she said. Also, I was not inappropriate either, because the idea came from the top of staff, not me, to do that meeting, because we did not want it to, the staff idea, which I think was a good one, was to put out the invitation to IV4 residents, because they are the ones most dramatically impacted by that obscene number on the MSBU. And so we wanted to have a more town hall kind of discussion with only one commissioner in the room. So to be clear, it was not illegal and I was not inappropriate. And I agree with you. I'm very concerned about the amount of staff time that has gone into IV4. Time is money, and the more we burn staff time and the more all this gets round and round and round goes the bus wheels, right? The more we are burning money, to the point of some of the residents who seem to be intimating that we need to somehow come up with the funds to do this. We can't, or we shouldn't, because we answer to 158,000 plus residents, and we cannot use or should not use general fund money to pay for roads and drainage that pretty much everybody else in the county already paid for their own. And so that's the sticky wicket. The problem is, and I'm going to go back to a former board, is, and I know that when I'm in my rocking chair, there's going to be plenty of hindsight, coulda, shoulda, woulda moments sitting up here. So I don't cast any aspersions on a former board, but if there was a great time machine, that board, I would go back to them and say, please, please, please do the forced MSBU for $11,000 per lot. And that would have hurt the majority property owner who blocked that voluntary MSBU going forward. That's how it could have rectified a mistake made back in the 70s and 80s. Someone asked how this does not happen anymore. I'm going to bump that to staff, but essentially, number one, we don't accept any more roads for maintenance, but I grew up here and we platted a lot of property back when I was a little kid. And they were just grass strips cut in meadows, and that was a plat. And that's not the way modern development is done, and that's not the way it's done here any longer. So to quote Commissioner Bays, it is a hot mess and it's impacting people's lives, and I will continue to do everything I can to try to find an equitable solution. Janet, it is investment versus spending. You say we need to watch our spending. Some of the things that we are supporting are investments to help rectify things in this county. It costs the county tremendously more, like over double, to serve residents per tax dollar brought in versus businesses. This is why we need businesses to move here, is to alleviate the tax burden. We have to do that. And so when we make some of these decisions, that is, look at it as an investment. And I appreciate you. I'm always happy to answer any specific questions you have at any time. And the property near Canterbury, I believe, is Mr. Cheeks. Yes, he's nodding. It was under the purview of Water Resources, just to give you a head start on where to look. Mr. Howard. And that's it. All righty. So we're going to go to regular business. As a reminder, board, we are going to hold number 10 for the very end. And then we're going to take a 15-minute recess so we can sign signature cards for the new board positions. And then we will return to close out our 1 o'clock session. So, board looking for, would you like to take E1 in its entirety, all 2 of them?
Motion to approve item E1, A and B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Looking for a motion on E2.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any board discussion?
Chair, is that A and B?
It is A and B.
Thank you.
Nice save, Madam Clerk. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, point of order, did you ask for public comment on that?
I thought I did, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for checking, though.
Amy.
Looking for a motion on E3, A and B.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
oh, she beat me. I'll second
Okay.
it.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E4.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E5, A and B.
And C.
I'll second that.
Did you have C?
Oh, is there a C?
There
My
is on
apologies,
mine.
a C.
Is there C?
Yes, A, B, and C.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E6.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any public comment?
You knew I'd be back. I'm short. You knew I'd be back because this is the same thing that goes on every month. They're not meeting their obligation to the county, and every month it comes through that we're gonna, charge them this much, or they're not gonna pay, they're gonna pay less to us than they're supposed to. We need to start seriously looking at other companies. I know the contract doesn't come up till June or July, but we need to start looking for somebody that is going to fulfill a contract. Because a contract it's a written contract that we have with them, that they are going to supply so many people so that the residents in the facility are safe. And also so that the workers are safe. You know, you're looking at both sides of the coin. We want safety here. And just giving back money is not providing safety. At any point in time, one of the residents in there could take their life. Or they could stab a guard. So the thing is, you need to start saying, yeah, it is time to start, even if we don't hire somebody else other than Core Civic, at least look into it.
Thank you, Janet. Mr. Howard, would you like to make any comment on that?
Yeah, I know we're looking at a contract amendment as we speak. It takes time to work through this issue. It's a little more complex than that, but we are working through it, and we hope we have a good outcome at the end of it.
Okay, thank you. Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve E7, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E8.
Second.
E8, is that what we're on? Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Chair,
Yes.
can I request the clarification of that second? Because two people spoke at the same time.
Okay. I only heard.
Kennard was first.
Okay.
I only heard Kennard, sorry. Would you prefer that I call out who I hear? I like a fast meeting, you know that.
Madam
Okay.
Chairman,
Whatever the clerk wants, the clerk gets. Yes?
move to approve E9.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Looking for E11A and B.
Motion to approve E11A and B.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E12, A, B, C, and D.
Motion to approve E12, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Schleba. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, do we have any board discussion? I will make a note that in writing that speech that I made today, where nature and community thrive, and as many times as I disagree a lot vehemently with a certain blogger, he made a point that we have not really discussed what the best use is for this property. This ship has sailed. I intend to support it, but I do think that when things like this come up in the future, we need to make, really pay attention to expanding our natural resources in judicious ways. So, would anybody like to reply to that before I call the vote? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yes.
No clapping.
Save your applause.
E11. Just back there, Aaron had one, we would need some clarification on item number, actually B of E11.
Was I going too fast?
Just the B, she just needs more clarification on,
Oh,
on
provide
obtaining a
staff
single source agreement or
direction.
going out to bid. That point.
It would help if I always had my reading glasses on, yes.
Fine.
So, for B, this is software that's currently used by GIS and systems management. We've been using the software since 2006. So we need direction going forward if you, as the board, would like to do a single source agreement, or if you would like us to go out to bid and possibly change the GIS software next year.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bays, then Commissioner Finnegan.
I would like some input from staff. I know that they've been working very diligently on putting together a very interactive map with some overlays of where developments are going, traffic patterns, traffic numbers, utilities, a whole host of things. And it seems to be working very well. But unless there is a direction from them that they would like to change it, I don't know why we would do that when things seem to be working.
So Todd Dunn is here. I'm sure he could speak to that. I just know it was chosen back in 2006. And like you said, they've been working with it. It works very well for them, and it does integrate with our other programs.
Yes.
I'd just say, it was delayed a little bit. I think that staff is bringing this to you because your AR, your board policy requires you all to make the determination if you want to do single source.
Correct, yes. I got a full briefing yesterday, so thank you.
Good afternoon, Todd Dunn, Chief Information Officer. All things being equal, we would love to keep using the Esri software. It works really well. We've got a lot of investment into it with education. Our staff, replacing it would be difficult. So receiving direction that we would stick with Esri software as our single source for this, for our GIS, just serves the whole county in the best possible way.
As long as the cost is not going up tremendously, I do not see any reason
Right. Most years, the price stays exactly the same. Sometimes there are small incremental increases. But it's not like it's just a runaway cost every year. We're kind of, hanging in the wind, trying to figure out what it's going to be each year.
Okay, excellent.
I thank you.
All right. So, board consensus? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, you're good? All right, my apologies.
Yep, I'm good.
Consensus, single source?
Yeah.
Single source, single source, single source. You got it. Sorry for the oversight, Aaron. All right, E10.
Motion to approve E10?
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Kennard. Was it Schleybaugh?
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we are going to do a 15-minute recess because we have to do bank card signatures. Apparently this can't wait till the end of the meeting. And then we will come back with a fairly short agenda to get through until our recess for 5:01.
Chair,
Yes,
have we done F yet?
Says no updates. So we don't need anything for F? Yeah.
there's nothing, so. Yes,
Thank you, Amy.
I'm asking a consideration of the Board of County Commissioners for Marcello Tavernari. He's present, appointment for the Public Works Director as well as a county engineer. He has over 22 years of experience in private, local government, public works, utility, civil engineering, construction field, and he visits here regularly, which is fantastic with his family. I think he's the right fit for Citrus. He'll do amazing work for us. So he really was like a needle in the haystack to find. And he's been with Hillsborough now 5 years. He's had city government experience as well, but he'll do a good job for Citrus County. So I recommend his confirmation. He's here today as well. If you want to come forward, that'd be great. Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you all. Thank you, commissioners. Very lively and very excited for this opportunity. Very humbled to be able to work with all of you, and staff has been wonderful. And just a little bit about myself really quick. I'm a Florida grad, ag engineer, so I love agriculture, but I was a city engineer also. Worked at 2 cities and a very big Hillsborough County. So infrastructure, all the growth, want to help you guys as much as I can, hopefully with good answers. And
I was gonna say, road resurfacing is his specialty. He did $44 million budget. He does that alone and
it's very
implemented,
challenging art,
right.
Art and engineering, right? I've done that at 3 agencies, in bridges and sidewalk, and it's a challenge. We never have enough money, right? So we got to come up and be creative. So I'll work Steve and the staff and try to give you the best plan we can, and always open. One of the things I want to say is thank you for Steve for pulling this, because when I got his card, he said leadership that listens. And, that's a big deal, because I've worked with a lot of other commissioners and mayors and other bosses. And today it's just really hard to find people who listen, and I want to hear the truth from my staff, even if I don't like it, and then we can work around that. So just a little bit about me. Thank you so much.
Sounds like you're going to fit right in, and Mr. Howard has been a real find, so.
I already told him about IV4 already, so I was just giving you a heads up. We
And
talked
you're
about it already.
still here.
Yeah, we talked about it. So.
You did see our residential road resurfacing backlog, yes? Okay, I'm just checking.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
it'd be my great honor and privilege to approve item G1.
Second.
I know how hard it is these days to even find engineers to come to work in a governmental sector, so welcome aboard. We're looking forward to having you, and we expect great things.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bays and a second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. Is there any public comment? Make way for the Janet. Step aside. Young man, step aside.
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. You may not know me, but
you will.
You will get to know me.
We almost went to
I
jail
live in
together.
Citrus Springs, which has 1/4 of all the residential roads. And we will be on the phone a great deal, because I do call in to potholes, and more potholes, and more potholes. So it's glad to see that we have somebody in the job now, because it's been a while. But thank you for taking over.
Did you get the Janet briefing? Oh, and the Stephen briefing who's coming up behind you.
Well, I'd like to welcome you aboard and hopefully.
Stephen,
and I've
a
been-
little protocol.
Steve-
You have to speak
Well-
to me in the mic
Okay.
State your name.
and state your name for
Anyway,
the record.
thank you for
State-
joining us. And I
State your
hope-
name for the record.
Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge Boulevard, Pine Ridge, Beverly Hills. Yeah, as Janet said, our roads are in disarray. They've been that way since, I guess, 2000 was when they really started to get really bad. I purchased in 1973, and Pine Ridge roads, unfortunately, were designed improperly. They have no underlay. So, right now, you drive down Mesa Verde, which is the street I live on, and I have a big, huge pothole that's about this big in the middle of the street, off to the side. So, as Holly said, we're working on Pine Ridge, and I would like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Welcome aboard.
Any more public comment? Quickly, seeing none. Any board discussion?
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I just wanted to say welcome, and I'm sure Ken Cheek is so happy. And they said we wouldn't get a P, and here we got one. Thank you, Mr. Howard, for that.
Well, Mr. Cheek was part of the interview panel too, so I let him participate to make sure we got the right fit here, and we feel like we have that.
Ken just picked them because they kind of look alike, so then we don't know who to point the finger at. But I did want to say welcome. I did get to, I've very lengthy resume. Thank you. Your knowledge that you're bringing is going to be a game changer for Citrus County. And no matter what you see up here, we're really nice people, so welcome.
Promise, pinky swear. Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Finnegan, anything?
No, nothing.
Welcome.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Welcome aboard.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, G2.
This, actually, Gene is in the audience, if you come forward too. This is something that was asked to bring forward for the board's consideration. I know Commissioner Bays, we've had a little dialogue on this over the last several weeks about this as well. I know some of this discussion was at the MPO meetings and things like that, not from the MPO executive director, but just discussions with this state road and the importance of trying to find a way to accelerate this project. So I thought it was important to have Gene here to hear about his thoughts on it, and then just to give consideration. There's lots of materials in the backup for this, but we wanted to bring it for your consideration if this is something you'd be interested in us putting forward.
Hello, friends. So I leave for Tallahassee with an $11 million assignment, and I come back. Well, first I get a phone call that, add 7.2 Watson Road to that one. Okay. And now I come back home and it's 22 million we're gonna add. So I leave with 11 and now I'm gonna go back with 40. Okay. Truthfully, all I need you to tell me is priorities, because in my professional opinion, I don't think we can bring $40 million home this year. I'll give you a little background on that. So think about the COVID years and all the federal
Madam Chair?
money. Yeah.
I want to interrupt him right out of the gate. We gave him our priorities. And we presented our priorities to our legislative delegation. I don't mean this to be ugly to Mr. McGee, but I expressed my concern at the last meeting with adding Watkins Road to the priority list after the fact. Now, as much as I would love to see us get all of this, we're talking about adding something else to our list of priorities. I don't want to see us change our priorities. I would like to see us have a larger discussion of our priorities well before they start with their meetings in the fall and so forth, all of that. But we have set our priorities. I would implore this board to stick with the priorities that we sent him up there with to start with. I have a serious concern about, and I expressed this again when we had the Watkins Road discussion, that we're all on different pages this year, it sounds like. The county, the cities, the chamber, which is not effective for anybody. That's not the way that we've been so successful in the past. So I would Highway 41, I believe is the #1 priority for the MPO. We have thankfully started that process. It's going through the MPO, the DOT process. It's been divided up into multiple phases so they could get it done. I would implore this board to stick with the priorities that we presented to our delegation.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Is there, Mr. McGee, is there any problem with waiting if we've already set our priorities and looking at this next year? Is there any rush on, does 1 year make a difference for the widening of US 41, getting that money?
That's your call. I mean, I would add to the discussion, it's really a policy decision by the board. You're in position to ask for all 4 of the projects. We got Masulo to file them, they're in the system, so procedurally, they're all in. But what we ask for and what we prioritize and how we pursue it, that's all the 5 of you. So I can chase all of them, none of them, 2 of them. That's completely up to you.
Commissioner Bays? Or were you done? Okay.
How this came about is I received a phone call from the executive director of the MPO. And I don't think that he would have called us and asked us to do this. I've breezed through last year's appropriations, and there was a $10 million award for 44th Avenue and East Connection in Manatee County. 41 is a state highway. It is a priority for economic development. It traverses people all through this state. It runs parallel to 75, and we know what the condition of 75 is. It's been that way for a number of years. I don't think this is asking something just for Citrus County. I think this is a priority of the state. It's been told to me many times in the MPO that through the executive director that they would like to see 41 widened all from Pasco County line through Hernando, through Citrus, all the way up to Levy. They really don't ever want to let go of this. So I look at it, State College of Florida, Manatee, Sarasota Parish Center, Phase 1, $18 million. Over the years, I think Citrus County has been very underfunded, if you will. I don't think we go there asking for some of the nefarious, if you will, things that a lot of other counties get, arts, cultural centers. I think everything that we've asked for, we've put to work. We asked for $9 million last year to complete the airport. That was a $14 million. We needed 14. We only got 5 to begin with. We really needed 14. So we've got that, and we're turning dirt. We're getting it ready. We have issues for transportation connectivity still in this county, and we lack the ability to have to move people. We know that we move 25,000 residents a day out of here to go to work in another county. We need those jobs to come here, and we need to keep those people here. But that also means that those trucks that are bringing widgets or whatever else they're going to bring in here to manufacture or have an industrial use need to get here. So I don't think that this is an unreasonable request. The worst they can tell us is no. But I think if we put it on the list and we're diligent and we keep going back year after year, no harm, no foul. If we don't get it, we don't get it. Mm-hmm. But I don't see any reason why we shouldn't ask, particularly when it's a state road.
Mm-hmm. Madam Chair, not to argue for or against, I'll take just what you said and go to Tallahassee and say the exact same thing, right? That's the argument for it, and you made it very well. Just a little backdrop. In the COVID years, federal money flooded into Florida, flooded into every state. Florida was lucky that we weren't in debt, so we could take that money and let's put $100 million for springs and $100 million for roads, and we just stacked money away. That was non-recurring money, right? So recurring money, the state's actually in trouble this year because we decided to fund a lot of the private schools in the state. So the education sector now, the demand for the education dollar recurring has gone way up. It's past Health and Human Services. So the problem for us is what we want are non-recurring dollars. We're looking for one-time project monies, which were plentiful the last few years because of the COVID, because of the federal money that came down. That's going away. Like, it's just not as plentiful this year. So we're going to compete after a smaller pot of money. When we go up there, they take all that non-recurring they have and they do allocations to each sub. Health and Human Services is gonna get so much, education's gonna get so much, infrastructure is gonna get so much. So we're gonna have part of the non-recurring dollars we're gonna compete for. That pie is smaller this year, so the piece of the pie for infrastructure is smaller this year. And unfortunately, 3 of the 4 things we're after are all gonna be in the same sub. So the multipurpose path, Watson Road, and the 41 money are all gonna come out of the same pot. So we'll go to one, and I know this is details, but we'll go to one subcommittee who he may only get 40 million to fund every project, and we'll ask for 30 million. And that's the problem. And we have Crystal River, who they're after transportation money too. They want to do Turkey Oak, and they have projects. So I'm not saying don't do it. I mean, I'm happy to go chase all 4. You make a great argument. I can make a great argument for all 4 projects. I just want to set expectation levels with you that there's not as much money. We're going to be chasing a smaller pot, and we may not be as successful as we have been in the past. That's all. That's really the point I wanted to make with you. It's really your decision what you want to chase and how importantly you feel about that. I may have to say, hey, they looked at me and said, do you want 41 money and nothing else? Do you want half the 41 money and some of this? I mean, I get into those conversations. And so I think it's important for you to decide, you don't have to do it now, but to understand that I don't know that we can bring home $40 million. And there may be a time where we have to decide what we do want and what we are willing to wait a year on. That's all.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I agree with my colleague that 41 is a state road. It's scheduled, there's a timeline for it, for right-of-way acquisition, for construction, the design, there's a set time frame, and I just don't agree with setting aside other priorities that we've set out there to say we want this to maybe happen faster. You know, that message has not come through from DOT to Public Works to the administrator that, hey, this project's going to stand still, or we're not going to be able, unless that discussion happened at the MPO meeting, unless they said, DOT stood up and said, there's no money left in the transportation trust fund. We're not going to be able to complete 41 on schedule. If they've not stood up and said that, I really hate to see us set our other projects aside for the hope that this moves 41 along faster. 41's a priority. We have pushed it together with City of Inverness representative on the MPO for years that I've been sitting there now. It's the number 1 priority. I just don't see DOT going, well, no, we've decided we're going to go a different route here. Remember years ago, I don't know how many were paying attention at the time, but DOT pulled money from 41 widening when it was supposed to happen because they had to finish a project down in Pasco County. The board at that time was absolutely livid that that money went there, but we were assured, you're up, your day is coming, we are going to get 41 widened, and I believe that DOT will do that. I believe they will stick by their word. While there certainly may be, maybe some shortage of funds there, or they haven't figured out where these what pot of money these funds are coming from yet. I sure hate to see us sideline our priorities to hopefully move this phase of 41 along faster.
Commissioner Slabaugh?
I am curious why the executive director brought this forward, because when you do this, it does take, it could, if we got the money, it would take away from another project. I see that point that Kennard is making, but I also see Commissioner Bays, what does it hurt to ask for the money? I have noticed in the 3 years, 2 years prior to this, one time I wanted to ask for something, Commissioner Kennard said right on this dais, listen, if you just let that go, I promise I'll support it coming back the next year. It was for Beverly Hills, and it didn't come back. And I thought, why can't we just ask for what we want and let the powers that be decide? Do you feel like asking for $40 million? I'm sure other counties, I've looked at that list also. There's things I'm like, if they get that money, why aren't we asking for that money? So, I'm on the fence. So please explain to me, does it hurt to ask for the money? You did kind of say, well, we could give you some money for this and some money for that because it's all in one pot. But I am curious why we're kind of like, oh, please give us this little bit of money and not go in for the full cowbell.
Well, you can go for the full cowbell, I just don't know that we'll be successful.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a perception that citrus has overperformed. I mean, contrary to what you said, for the past 30 years, in the last 3 or 4 years, we've overperformed. Most of that was Wilton Simpson. Ralph Masulo is responsible for a lot of that. And then just the amount of non-recurring dollars that there were in the system. So we've been pretty lucky with, getting our priorities funded. The $9 million last year for the Inverness Airport was the largest thing appropriated in that subcommittee. So we've been kind of successful. Our own state senator, has fun with me saying, well, Citrus got all the money. It's Hernando and Pasco's turn. And so there's a perception that we get a lot of money. And then truthfully, we are competing on a smaller pot this year. Like COVID dollars are gone. We've gone over budget expectations with the sales tax collections and things. So it's not like there's no money. We're not going to have to cut. There's a pot to compete for, but it's smaller. So, we've always competed for $5 or $10 million, $9 million last year, $7 million for this, $5 million. 22 is a big number. So if we throw 22 in there, there's just going to be this tendency to them to look at you and go, really, 22 million? And then we say, yeah, we're serious. We want 22 million for 41. Then that's going to be the request. Then that's what they're going to, if we get that, then they're not. I think we only have a certain amount of money that we can count on from the process to bring home. And so I don't care what it is. I don't care which project you prioritize. And I don't care if you don't. If you want to ask for all 4, we'll go up and fight as hard as we can for all 4. I don't want you to be overly disappointed if we come home with half of what you asked for. That's all. Because in the prior years, we've kind of been pretty successful at coming back with most of what you wanted. That's all. I just want to set expectations. You know what I mean? If you truly mean, let's ask for it, no harm, no foul. If we don't get it, okay. We'll go do the best we can.
Commissioner Bays.
Here's one of my concerns with transportation, and I hear this every day. People want development, they don't want development, and then we look at how we're going to manage the traffic flow where development is going. My contention is the more that we can develop state roads, the onus is on them to maintain it. And I like seeing that we've been asked to do a state road because in the future, all of that maintenance is on the state. It's not something we're having to look at. Mm-hmm. We have enough problems of our own trying to come up with money, particularly 491 in today's dollars is roughly $180 million today if we were turning ground, and we're not. And we know that inflation is not our friend. And I don't know what it costs, but I can tell you I would be a betting woman, kind of like the piano man would say, that the amount of money that it takes to disorganize a crew that's on 41 and then come back, if you're not in the queue to keep going, the escalation cost of that becomes greater and greater. They're there now. And if we can keep this project moving, I think it's cheaper in the long run, not only for the state, but for everybody in consideration. And that's the reason I look at it. I look at things as a return on investment. If we're asking for something, we should be looking at what's the best return on investment, not just for Citrus County, but for the people of the state of Florida.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
What he's telling us is that whatever this limited number of direct appropriations is that we're going to get, We can either try to focus our efforts on getting our local projects done, or we can use a good chunk of that money to widen a state road that is already scheduled to be widened out of the State Transportation Trust Fund. It's not, instead, we're using less restricted dollars to do a project for the state or to help fund a project. I'm sure that DOT would love it if we ended up getting $22 million out of our appropriations. If that's the only thing that comes home from this session is we got DOT an extra $22 million for 41, that gives the district $22 million that they can spend elsewhere, that they can put on other projects in the district, because this project is going to get done. It's already scheduled. It's planned. I just, I'll let it go. I'm not going to die on this hill, but I think this is a mistake. I thought an awful lot about it last night and again this morning. I can't support it. I hope this board doesn't support it. I hope that we stick with the priorities that we've put forward already and really try and focus our efforts on getting those projects funded. Again, I'm open to a much larger discussion on our priorities well in advance of committee meetings and such in the fall. But for now, I really like to see us stick with the priorities we've put forward.
Commissioner Kennard, when is it scheduled? You said it was in the queue. When is it scheduled?
I don't know the dates right offhand.
This decade?
What's that?
This decade?
Yes, I believe so. I shouldn't say, I don't know, but it's all lined out. The phases of right-of-way acquisition, the design of it, the construction of it, those dates are laid out. I don't have them off the top of my head.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I mean, Commissioner Kennard makes a compelling point. If it's already getting done, it's already being paid for by the state. I would hate to see us lose. Everyone's been working so hard on the airport and getting airport dollars, and Commissioner Bays being a champion for that also. I would hate to lose the money for walk-ins and some of our other.
Watson.
Is it Watson?
Yeah.
It is Watson, but
You-
somebody else.
You were following someone else's lead down
Somebody
there
else
at
put
the
something in
end.
my head. Well, remain nameless. Yeah, but I would hate to lose county money. And that's exactly what will happen. The state will love it. They'll push money somewhere else, and I don't want us to lose out. I think it's important. I think widening 41, I wish it was done last decade instead of this decade. But it is getting done, and
There's a whole lot of coulda, shoulda, woulda in government,
Yeah.
hindsight and all that. Commissioner Schlebaugh?
I am curious about, I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing that if we ask for this, that our local projects will get bumped, and I don't know that that's true.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily true. I think that's up to the board. I think you establish priorities. You can ask for everything, but at some point, there's going to be a discussion of, this is all they're going to give us. How do you want to use it? If they say to me, you're going to get $10 million. Do you want $10 million for 41? Do you want me to fund Watson Road and the multipurpose path? I mean, those are practically what could happen. Hey, we could get it all. I'm not saying that we couldn't get it all. I just don't think we're going to get it all. But at some point, the board has to establish a priority to send me up there to chase. So that's what it's going to, that's the nuts and bolts of it.
Okay, and then the second part of that is the 41 has been on the MPO list for over 20 years, because I heard Cabot McBride say that the very first year I was on the MPO. So it has been on the books for over 20 years. It is the number one right now with the MPO. moving forward. But I'm also wondering why Commissioner Bays has been asked to put this on. Is there something we don't know about, and that's put us in it's put Commissioner Bays in a bad position? Because obviously I know why we're asking, because it's for Citrus County, for US 41. But what's happening behind the scenes that this all of a sudden came up? Do you know anything?
I don't. I mean, I don't. I've talked to Commissioner Bays, I've talked to the MPO director, and, you know, he says we're the smallest MPO in the state, we're never gonna get the money. He just, and this would be a huge jump start, you know? This would, I mean, I think his song is, the more money we can put to work, the more money he can bring in. I mean, he's trying to accomplish a huge task of doing all these roads in these counties that his MPO covers. And I think he's, you know, trying to, you know, he's like Frank, the economic development guy. Let's try to get 7.2 to do Watson Road. If not, we'll try a grant. I mean, I get it. I get it.
So, I guess I would support the ask, but I think that it would be my fourth choice of the four asks. That's where I'm at. I mean, I see both sides of it, but I also, you know, what does it hurt to ask? And you haven't told me that it would hurt us necessarily, just to be prepared that you can't necessarily bring it back.
Exactly.
And I don't expect, I mean, every time we send you out, I think, oh, I hope he gets something. I never have expected you to get 100%. So,
Don't say that.
I haven't. I mean, you know, you hope that we get it. There's a lot of counties and a lot of projects, a lot of cities. So that's, I guess, I see both sides, but if it doesn't, if you haven't definitively told me it would hurt us. So.
I mean, I'm a hammer. You just tell me which nail to hit. I mean, it really gets down to that. It really gets down to what this board wants to prioritize and go after. Everything else is a policy decision, that's for
Point
you.
of clarification, do you only need us to rank the three that are going to the one committee, the road projects?
I don't necessarily even need you to rank them today. I mean,
Well, I know what mine is, but
practically speaking, if there's a $22 million request, it's gonna become that or everything else. I mean, that's just human nature. That's the way the subcommittee chair is gonna look at it. He's gonna, you want 22 million for that road? If I give you that, then that's what you get. They tried to do that last year with the Inverness Airport. They said, you get 9 million, that's it, get out of my office. Don't come back. You got that. And we squeezed another 2.3 for the multipurpose path. So,
is my personal opinion, as long as it doesn't harm us, I'm fine with adding 41 to the list for all the reasons that Commissioner Schleybaugh just lined out. But my personal choice would be Watson by a nose over Halls River, because Halls River is community and safety and recreation and all those other things. But Watson, it's a pretty big nose leading that, I have to say, because Watson is economic development, which makes everything better here. So those are by far my first priorities. But state needs to move that widening up in their queue. So, Commissioner Bays?
Well, as our hired gun, do you have any other recommendations on how to handle this with the state?
I mean, to get 41 funded, I mean, smarter people than me have tried to figure that out. I mean, it's just the MPO process and getting DOT to do that. Let's try to elect Blaze as Senate President, or JJ Grow, or whoever the state rep is as Speaker. I mean, because that's who DOT listens to on projects that size, to move that kind of money around. You can work inside the process. You can make a move like this. You know, this is bold to go and say, let's give us 22 million general revenue, not from the trust fund. Let's get it done. It's one way to do it. I just don't know if we'll be successful doing it. If we had a Senate President or a Speaker, I'd feel better about it. And that's just honest.
I would hate to lose those other two projects in favor of 41 and only 41. The other two road projects. That's my priority, and I'm coming for you too if you have a priority list.
Okay.
I didn't hear that, though. that we would necessarily lose.
No, I almost said that. I don't think you necessarily lose. I think it becomes an either or kind of. And that's why I kind of want to know what the board thinks, because I will get put in the position of, do you want that? Is that really what you want? And it won't be me necessarily. It's going to be Representative Masulo and Senator Ngoglia. They're going to say, what is it you really want? We only have so much money. Do you want me to pour all that I can give you into 41, or do you want me to fund your other two projects at whatever level we can fund them at? That's practically going to be the decision between those three. So.
Either of you want to pipe up? Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Finnegan?
I'm done.
Well, it looks like the consensus will probably be to add it, but I would concur that it would have to be last. So if we get a windfall of money and we can put that to 41 for the state project, I think that our local projects have to take priority.
Madam Chairman, I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, you have consensus. Thank you, Mr. McGee.
No, go get the money.
Or off with your head. Okay. I-1, announcement only.
Yes, I can read that. This is just the announcement, the terms of expiration for one District 1 regular member position, one District 4 regular member position, one District 5 regular member position, and one member at large position on the Aviation Advisory Board. The current terms expire on January 31st, 2024. The new terms will be for 2 years and will expire on January 31st, 2026. Also, this announcement is for 4 positions of membership will be available on the Aviation Advisory Board, and applications will be received by the County Administration's Office until December 29th, 2023. The terms for the members' positions will be through January 31st, 2026. Once the board acknowledges the member vacancies, a press release will be distributed. This is for announcement only.
Okay, and I-2?
Is
While you're
special-
on a roll?
Yep. Announcement of the expiration of terms for 5 regular positions and taking of applications for the Special Library District Advisory Board. These terms expire on January 31st, 2024. The new 2-year terms will begin on February 1st, 2024, and will expire on January 31st, 2026. Deadline for applications is December 29th, 2023, with nominations and appointments to occur at the January 22nd, 2024 meeting of the Special Library District Governing Board. This is an announcement only.
Okay, thank you. Committee reports. Commissioner Kennard?
I have nothing.
Commissioner Finnegan?
You wouldn't think this is the thing that I have been dreading because.
No, this is committee reports.
I
We're not-
know,
okay.
yes, this is it. I'm where I'm supposed to be, talking about the canvassing board, because I just want to apologize to Commissioner Bays. I'm so sorry. Truly from the bottom of my heart, because I know when I took the lead position, you were very happy, and I wanted to do that for you, and I'm happy to serve, but I had to have a conversation with our supervisor of elections. Someone may come out in 2024 that it would be impossible for me to separate from. So I said, hey, I'm happy to serve as long as I can. What do I do? And she told me that it's better to get off that board now because there's a very important January training, and that Judge Carney will need to find an alternate. Understanding if it couldn't come from this board, that she could find an alternate from the community. So I want to apologize especially to Commissioner Bays, but I will not be able to sit on that board.
What if none of us can?
I guess Judge Carney will have to figure that out.
Commissioner Bays, you're currently the alternate.
I am.
Are you willing to step up to the primary role?
Might be somebody coming up 24.
I can certainly research the matter. We've never had this situation come up, so.
Can you please research then and bring it back?
Yes, ma'am.
At the December meeting, obviously. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Committee reports, is that it? Okay. Commissioner Bays, Commissioner Schlebaugh, anything? No. I went to Florida Association of Counties a couple of weeks ago because I serve on that board, and made some connections that might help us find some funding to add to our land, which Commissioner Kennard, pay attention. Ozello, Pirates Cove. So I'm working on it. So just saying that travel budget sometimes pays off. Had to get my little shot in there. Okay, Commissioner Finnegan.
Okay. I took some notes, so, the long awaited or maybe not awaited. Hello. I feel that there were some things said by other commissioners, from people of the public, about the border resolution, albeit it did start from the Republican Executive Committee. It didn't end there. I promised that I would come back with nonpartisan language. I feel that I've accomplished that. It is important to locally, with the rise in fentanyl, the rise in overdoses. I don't have the number in front of me. I want to say 394 for 2022 in Citrus County overdoses alone, much of which we can contribute to fentanyl. And I've been told from experts all fentanyl comes from over the border. I also want to point out on many local news sites, weeks ago, a month ago, maybe, I don't remember, but the top 5 Democratic mayors around the United States have been begging the president for money because of the disastrous effects in their cities. So when they say that this is partisan, I don't believe that, because I hear issues from all sides. I saved to my notes, so I don't have to read the whole thing. By the urging of the governor, the Florida grand jury was to look into the impacts of illegal immigration in Florida. They basically came up with and said, yeah, the state of Florida is pretty much on our own. That's why this is important, because local people want to have a voice, and we can press upon our local officials, not only federal, but also state, since the grand jury is saying it's probably going to be up to the state of Florida. This is what they said. Many Floridians are almost dangerously naive and unaware of the true magnitude and malevolence of the illegal immigration industry, said the grand jury, which estimated that as many as 1 million people may be living in Florida illegally. What we discovered has been at varying times sobering, upsetting, depressing, and the cause of significant outrage. The grand jury concluded that there are most certainly crimes being committed, including some of our fellow state residents, which abet transnational and local criminal organizations and individuals in their trafficking of people, including and especially children, criminal actors, fraudulent documents, and drugs into our state, extracting money in return. So this is a big issue nationally, on a state level, and Citrus County, because this affects our taxpayers. This affects the overdoses that happen in Citrus County. And we may not see a lot yet, but I think people are afraid that it's trickling in, and that puts pressure on all of our resources, which are near and dear, especially healthcare and law enforcement. And those that I have mentioned in the resolution. So I'm hoping that we can get board support, but I will go ahead and make a motion, see how it's worded, to approve. Get this right for Madam Attorney. Is this not listed under my name? Yes. Thank you. To adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the border security resolution with copies provided to the office of the governor, along with our state and congressional representatives.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Would anyone like to speak from the public on this item? Please state your name for the record. I don't know.
Doesn't look like it.
It's way too technical for me. Robert and Miller, Floral City. I just want to let you know that I heard this secondhand. About a year ago, 2 full buses stopped at the Our Lady of Fatima Church at 2 o'clock in the morning, and one of our parishioners just happened to be driving by, and he stopped and asked the bus driver what was going on. And the driver said, "Oh, I'm just showing everyone around Floral City and Citrus County." There was no doubt they were all illegal immigrants on both of those buses. It's already happening here. We don't know it. It's very subtle, and we are being invaded, but it's like dying with 1,000 cuts. That's what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rudemiller. Anyone else like to speak? Pull that
Janet
mic
Barrett.
down, Janet. There you
Janet
go.
Barrett, Citrus Springs resident. I think that besides, when everybody finally approves this, the copy of it that's being sent should also get printed in the newspaper so everybody can see how the board voted, you know, and how it look, what it looks like. I do not like illegal immigrants, okay? If you're gonna come to the United States, come legally. I can't afford to lose, you know, like, if I go to the hospital, I have to have insurance. As a Citrus County resident, I pay for those that don't have insurance. That's part of the taxes process and stuff. But I'm sorry, you gotta, you know, come the right way. Come to the United States the right way and do it legally so that, yeah, you can get a card, you can work, you can pay taxes, and you can help the United States. I had relatives that come from Ireland. They waited years. They spoke English. They had jobs. They had professions. They had to wait till there was an opening in their profession that had been advertised for 6 months and couldn't be filled before they could move over here. So I've seen what it takes to legally come here. But the thing is, just letting anybody in, I think the governor is right. Not in our state. And I agree, not in our county. So I'm 100% for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge. I wasn't going to talk on the subject, but it's a very difficult one because we do need to have immigration legally. I'm all for that, but it starts at the top, not here. And that's my seeing it as the only thing we can be is a speaking post. We can't do much more than that. And until our country changes some of the laws, like for A, mandatory to get citizenship, speak English, because that's what we're taught in our schools. 2, to allow them in, we need our Congress and our senators to overhaul, which they keep delaying on, the immigration laws and what needs to be done, including possibly having a job, possibly having someone guaranteeing that they have a place to live, that they're not out on the street. All of these things need to be in place. And one of the biggest is giving them a time frame to be able to get that citizenship. And in order to have that citizenship, I think one of the requirements that we should push for, which no one talks about again, and I'll mention it, is a universal language of English. This is what we're taught in the schools, and this is what we should impress upon them when incorporating it into our laws. Other than that, I have no objections to the county being a vocal point and trying to push for ways that will secure our community and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak from the public? Going once, going twice? Board, any comment?
Just one, that when people come into the country legally, and you talk about our Irish descendants, they also had to have a sponsor. And I don't know when the federal government took all that away, but I said it last time, I'll support this. This is a problem, so. But we need to go back to maybe the Ellis Island situation. Your health wasn't good, didn't have a sponsor, didn't have a job, you didn't have a place here.
Completely agree. Commissioner Bays, anything? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Commissioner Kennard, anything?
Yeah, just one thing, I did not get it on the agenda, just kind of looking for this board to give some direction or its approval. There is a sewer project starting in my neighborhood a little bit sooner, I guess, than what I was expecting. All the directional signage and stuff showed up last night about 10:30 at night, so apparently they're ready to get going. This morning when I was out
Don't you have
for.
connections with the county? You should know about this stuff.
What's, I just hadn't been paying
Surprise.
attention to the timeline on it. But this morning I was out for a walk, and the president or the acting president of the Property Owners Association also saw the signs out there this morning and asked about having an informational meeting with the residents of the neighborhood, just what's gonna happen, what's the timeline look like. Now, we've already gotten a mailing, but what their assessment numbers are gonna be, that type of thing. And I said, I'm sure that can be set up. Let me talk to county administrator, let me talk to the director and see about doing that. But I want this board to say, yeah, it's okay for Steve to ask Ken Cheek to set up a meeting, go out there and just educate folks on what's going on.
I believe that's a routine thing that Mr. Cheek has done that with all the other neighborhoods, I believe, so I'm good with it.
Just looking for this board's blessing.
He's done that in Homosassa, so absolutely. Yeah, the people want to know.
Any objection? No? All righty, anything
Very
else?
good.
Anything else, Commissioner Kennard?
No, that's it.
Commissioner Bays?
I have nothing.
I have nothing. Commissioner Schleybaugh?
Nothing.
Madam Attorney?
I have nothing, thank you.
All right, last open to the public. Would anyone like to speak? Are y'all going for frequent flyer points?
Yes. Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge. I would like to thank Commissioner Schlebeck, Commissioner Bays, and Commissioner Davis for moving forward in a positive direction pertaining to balancing the needs of Mother Earth, nature, and growth. So it brings our citizens a healthy and relaxed way of living. This brings a tranquil way of living and will add years of life to those people. Just look up the blue zones and their style of living. Mr. Kennard and Mrs. Finnegan both seem to talk through both sides of their mouth. Did you follow the LDC in Ozello when you voted on it? How many times are we going to ignore the master plans and the LDC so that people are not complaining about what is being built there? Follow it. I'm glad that at least 3 of you are looking out for the public's interest. Where are you two going as far as where you stand regarding the Pine Ridge Golf Course and the 486 agreement with Gulf to Lakes and other future property developments? Will it be in balance with nature and the mission statements? Is that thing that a developer, in what you're saying, is we can't tell a developer what to be there? No, we're not telling a developer what they can put there. What we're telling them is what we need. We need additional housing. If you go over to the complex on Mayo Drive, where there are apartment complexes, 1 bedroom, 1 living room / kitchen, you have the opportunity where those are rents of $900. We need more of that. We need to tell developers what we need in this county so we do stay in balance with them. And that's pretty much it. I just feel that you guys need to be on board. Don't turn around and tell me on one hand that you're following the LDC, and then the other hand, well, we can't tell them what to do. Well, you didn't follow the LDC in Ozello, so what's the difference? I mean, be consistent and follow the LDC and people's promised land codes that they were told within their land use of what they were told they were buying into, specifically pertaining to 486 and Pine Ridge. Thank you.
Ms. Barrick?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I want to thank everybody for getting these nice new microphones. This is the first time I've actually been able to hear everybody, including Commissioner Bays. For the last 2 months, I haven't heard her say very much because her microphone, I guess, didn't work. But it's nice. You can actually hear now. They're different, but I got to turn it on, though, because I don't see the red light on.
I'm very soft-spoken.
Well, the audience likes to hear what you have to say. And that's all I wanted to say. And see, you only get 3 minutes, so I got to time out what I do.
And you can address your thanks to Commissioner Schleybaugh. She's the one that lobbied for these microphones. And I'm sorry that you didn't hear what I said with the passing of the gavel.
My name's Bud Osborne. I live in Inverness. I'd like to point out a fact about 41 going north. I worked for a restaurant chain. We came to town and we looked at the site where Los Magallas is. Before that, it was Frankie's. Before that, it was Ramshackle. Before that, it was Rax. Rax is the company I work with. When we made purchase of the property, we checked into the road because it was heavily traveled but backed up. And they said, well, they're going to redo the road 2-lane each way in 2 years. I said, that's good. So what we did, we moved the building back to make allowance for the widening of the road, so we still had parking in the front. That was in 1984. That's all.
Thank you, Bud.
Longer than 20 years.
Okay, if there is nothing further, I will announce upcoming meetings. We have only one meeting in December, which is the 12th, right here at 1 o'clock. Our first January meeting is January 9th, Tuesday, as usual, at 1 o'clock. Our second meeting in January, please make a note of this, is Monday, not Tuesday, Monday, January 22nd at 1 o'clock. We have no upcoming workshops or special meetings to list, and we would recess until 5:01, but it looks like we can roll right into that unless the board needs a break. We only have one case, so we can roll right in.
I'm good.
Everybody good?
Keep rolling.
All right. Public hearing. I am going to leave you in charge for just half a second.
Good evening, Commissioners. with regard to OA-2023-00002. At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending ordinance number 2012-06, the Citrus County Land Development Code as amended by amending Section 1606, Director of the Department of Water Resources, Section 2407, High Density Residential District, HDR, Section 2409, Professional Services Office District, PSO, Section 2410, Coastal and Lakes Commercial District, CLC, Section 2411, Neighborhood Commercial District, NEC, Section 2412, General Commercial District, GNC, Section 2413, Light Industrial District, LIND, Section 2414, Heavy Industrial District, IND, Section 2418, Recreational District, REC, Section 2421, Mobile Home Park, MHP District, and Section 2422, Recreational Vehicle Park Campground District, Section 3102, Accessory Uses, Section 3140, Temporary Uses, Section 3220, Automobile Service Stations, Section 6420, General Requirements, Stormwater Management Residential Permitting, Section 7110D, Access Management General Standards, Section 7110I, Access Management General Standards, and Section 7320I, Protection and Use of Right-of-Way Exemptions, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, providing for codification, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. I believe Ms. Katu is here for the staff presentation.
All right, Commissioners, this addresses some of the items that have come up from this board and from members of the public with the Land Development Code. It was reviewed by the Planning and Development Commission, and you'll see some of their comments in the backup, and I'll talk about it a little bit. The first category to talk about is houses of worship. We had a local pastor point out to us that houses of worship were not always treated similarly to stuff such as a fraternal lodge, for example. So there are a few changes proposed here for houses of worship that would allow them to be treated in a similar manner. One thing that's come up a lot from this board is protection of water quality and protection of the coastal area. So we are proposing certain uses that may have an impact on water quality or springs or anything on the coastal area, that if they're in the CHHA and they're one of these uses specifically, tried to make them as many as I could fit in the slide, but you can see it also in the packet. They would add a PUD requirement. So these kind of uses that may have an impact on the springs, some may not, depending on the location, but they would come before this board and you would have that additional scrutiny. The Planning and Development Commission did discuss all of these uses, talked about a few of them more than others, but these were the uses that were proposed. You're welcome to stop me anytime you have a question or whatever. Also, yep, go ahead, ma'am. What about oil changing? Oil changes come under the sales, rental, service, repair of motorized vehicles. Okay. So they are included in this list. Yeah, agreed. That was certainly one we thought about, as well as gasoline sales and service. There was some question on why the lawn care operations, that's the chemicals that they use, may or may not impact. Some of them would, some of them may not. Also, we have a section in our code about automobile service stations that requires setbacks from gas pumps to residentially zoned lots. That was created to try to protect surrounding septic tanks, for example, and wells. But we also are adding a proposal for those to also not be located within 500 feet of any spring, spring run creek, sinkhole, wetland connected to the aquifer or contributing stream. The highlights under yellow are actually changes by the county, the Planning and Development Commission. We did have an exclusion in here for the cross-Florida barge canal simply because elsewhere in our code we have an exclusion for them for some impacted uses. They did not agree with that. They felt that should be included. And a citizen, actually Clark Stilwell, suggested we add wetland connected to the aquifer. So if this passes, this would require gas stations and gas pumps to not be able to be located within any of those uses. Now, of course, when they're in the coastal area, they also would come before you in a PUD with this application.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I want to thank you because we know how this all got started, and I was hoping we could get good language for this. So thank you very much. I think you all have done a great job. I do have a question of how we got to the 500 feet. Is there any background for that?
There is. 500 feet is the setback that's in the comprehensive plan and the land development code for point sources and some of the more intense type pollution. That's already in our code and elsewhere in other areas. There's no magic number, but 500 feet is used elsewhere for point source type of solutions. So that's what we put here.
I'm not the environmental expert, so I wanted to make sure that was adequate. I wouldn't
There's
know.
not a study that 500 feet is a magic number. With a PUD, you would be looking at each one individually, but this is a good standard to start with. Sometimes it might be warranted for more.
Thank you very much.
That was an excellent question. I had the same one, and I also offer my thanks. I, for one, am very sorry of what happened. I understand that was a by right development, but I'm really glad that we're sewing this hole up in our LDC. I would say further that it is nice to have things be consistent. So if the other more intense uses are 500 feet, this one should probably be at 500 feet. However, has anyone looked into whether there is science behind this? Should it be 750 or 800 or 1,000 feet or whatever? Because then we could do in a different LDC amendment in the future that changes all of them across the board to a larger number.
Right. What we found with the gas station that's not to be named in this meeting was that there really isn't a science-specific numbers because of technology. We couldn't really determine the specific amount that may or may not be impacting. So 500 is a good start. Because these are PUDs before you in the coastal area, you will be able to look at them. Some places that might not be good. It might be a quality spring we really want to protect. Sometimes 500 feet is going to be more than enough. So unfortunately, I don't think there's a one size fits all for scientific, although agreed,
enough.
I'd love to have the science behind that.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Could you go back to the last slide where the language is? Yeah, because now you have me thinking about the language where you added the wetland connected to the aquifer or contributing stream. So again, not being the environmental expert, but wanting to do right by it. And I always think Homosassa, obviously my district. So where the spring is, obviously we see the end of the water, but wouldn't there be something underneath further out? Like when it says, I mean, is that already identified, I guess? Because I'm thinking maybe it wouldn't be 500 feet from the spring or the river that we can see with our eyes. Would it be 500 feet from something else that's under the ground?
Well, the aquifer, it would never be 500 feet because that's underneath you. But I understand what you're trying to get at. And that's why I think the PUD idea is really good because it's going to depend on each particular thing. I don't think there's going to be a magic number.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay?
Carry on.
All right. Also, there was some discussion about shipping containers. This would prohibit them from being used as residential storage buildings. Staff did use the term pod, and the PDC did not recommend it against that. That is a brand name, so well taken. They also thought this particular picture, which I pulled off of the web as a stock photo, but is a good idea as well. So shipping containers and semi-trailers and manufactured housing and vehicles, they already can't use manufactured housing and vehicles for storage, but this would add shipping containers to that for residential lots. And temp uses. We are not proposing any changes to the temporary uses, but it did come before this board. You had a citizen come before you and ask for more time, specifically for a haunted house. What he said at the hearing was that he usually gets 14 days and he wanted 30. He doesn't usually get 14 days. He usually gets 4 if he applies for an application for that. That is used for special events, fairs, festivals, outdoor events. It's worked very well. I'm not aware of any complaints that 4 days is not enough for a festival or a fair, with a maximum of 3 per parcel. So basically, we don't have a parcel that's a 24/7 event site. So I think the language here that's highlighted in yellow is working, but you did discuss bringing this before you. So if you have any changes you want proposed, we certainly can talk about them. There's a little bit more on temporary uses, and that's here. The yellow items are also things that this board has talked about on various meetings. The first is allowing portable storage units, and does say pods there, for 1 year up to 2 one-year extensions. Now, this also includes a RV. If you have an active permit with a house under construction, we do allow it for 1 year or up to CO, whichever is sooner. So that is the current language here under yellow. We can look at that and change that if you'd like. The Planning and Development Commission talked about limiting the RV occupancy on a improved lot to simply when there's a disaster and not when you have an active building permit. Understandable why you would want that if you have a fire or a hurricane or whatever, but that would also take away a lot of people that are taking advantage of that when they have houses under construction and living on the site. I did talk to Environmental Health Director about that as far as wells and septics. He's perfectly fine with requiring a well and septic permit or approval with that RV. We don't currently do that with staff, but we can do that. If they have an active building permit for construction and they're in a well and septic area, they would need to have the well and septic in hand before we can give that approval for up to CO or 1 year, whichever is first. Pods not associated with construction activity. Right now, they are allowed 2 occurrences per address per year, up to 14 days when people are moving, having whatever that comes in play. That was discussed, so it's here highlighted just to let you know that's the existing language if you want changes. And the other one is temporary occupancy of an RV on improved property, up to 2 weeks per year. You have somebody visiting, they can live in it for 2 weeks in your driveway. That is the current standard.
And that's 2 weeks aggregate, so you could have someone that comes in for 3 days and then later for a week and.
It's 2 weeks per address per year, so code has to document when they see them.
Okay.
And so if they see them and they go back 2 weeks later, it needs to be gone. So we're not usually on top of it that quickly.
Okay.
What you're talking about, 1 day here and 1 day here, so.
Okay.
And
Where are we with living in an RV while constructing a property? Because that was part of my briefing yesterday.
Right, that's
Because
the
there's people
first
that are
one here.
taking advantage of that.
And I don't think they are. I've heard that from a few people, but I testify in the code special master meetings, and I don't think that that's what we're seeing is people taking advantage of that because they have to get approval and they have 1 year or up to CO. And when we tell them your year's up, I don't recall coming before code and saying, oh, your year's up and you won't take it away. What we are seeing is people living in them when there's already a house there, or people living in them on vacant property. And those are the ones we take to special master a lot. But I don't think people are taking advantage of the 1 year to CO because they know that clock is ticking. I don't recall anybody doing that. It could, but I don't recall it.
Okay, so staff needs to talk because that was not my briefing yesterday.
I
Need to
apologize.
talk with Mr. Landon and y'all figure that out.
No
'cause
worries.
If someone is doing their permit, getting their permit extended year after year and living there for 2 or 3 years, that's a problem.
It is. Now, it does say up to 2 1-year
wanna come up?
extensions.
Come on.
Yeah, it does say up to 2 1-year extensions. We rarely grant that. It's 1 year or CO, whichever is first. If they need 2 years to build a house, we need to know why, and there needs to be a pretty good reason to get that RV extension. That's pretty rare. It's usually the 1 year or CO, end of story.
Sorry to interrupt, there was one particular case, and I believe it was Commissioner Kennard that had constituents calling, and there was an RV on a lot that had a building permit, and I think it had been over a 2-year period, and they were bringing accessory structures and animals. So that was one that I was speaking of, that was an example of them taking advantage of.
And I think that particular one actually didn't have RV approval. They just did it. So that didn't have that letter saying 1 year CO or end of story. I don't think they even had it.
So I brought it up so that Commissioner Kennard would not get a similar case happen again where someone was taking
Understood.
advantage. So I just wanted to
Got
bring
it.
that up as
Yeah.
Oh, of course it was. Yeah, so apparently our code is already good. It's because they didn't have the extension. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. But you have talked about temporary uses, so I wanted to bring this before you for discussion. Do you have something else? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I guess the point is we wanted to have this discussion on what the board's thought was on
Right.
RVs in general, building permit, no building permit, vacant lot, under construction. So we wanted a consensus on where to go, because it's it's something that can easily be taken advantage of, as people can pull RVs on and off and get building permits and pull them on and off. So if we know what your direction is, we can better enforce it, so.
Personally, I'm good with 1 year with no extensions, but that would be mine. That was part of my briefing yesterday, and we discussed it at length. Board? Commissioner Kennard?
1 year for construction of a house is pushing it anymore. We're in year 4. I'm not saying that we should give them that length of time to live in an RV. I do not think they should be living in an RV on a vacant lot, or just a lot where maybe they have a permit and there's absolutely no progress being made on the construction of that home. It's probably 2 years ago now, I went out with Randy and some other folks up around Crystal Manor, and there were multiple examples of people that owned a lot and just, they'd pull their camp, they were camping in neighborhoods where people are investing real money in site-built homes.
And in those particular cases, when code enforcement would go out there, then they would go pull a building permit. I don't know if they ever had any intention on building or not, but then that would give them a year where they could continue doing what they're doing. So that was one particular case that I wanted to make sure that we addressed when we were talking about this.
Although I'll tell you, it is staff's policy that if they're in code compliance already for the RV occupancy on a vacant lot, they're not going to get approval while they're building the house. It's too late. I mean, I normally would not approve that. They're in code. They shouldn't have pulled up in the first place. So maybe I'm a little too tough on that, but RVs on vacant
No,
property.
you're not.
RVs on vacant property, absolutely not. Can't support that. And we see those all the time in code compliance.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
What about in rural areas? I mean, it's not, it could be on 5 acres, 10 acres, 25 acres. People,
So an RV isn't an actual structure. It's considered a recreation vehicle, so they wouldn't pull a permit for an RV in any location. It would be, so it's not considered a dwelling unit. It's a camping vehicle. So we wouldn't recognize that as a permitted structure or as a dwelling unit.
And I do try to remind people when they want to argue about it that the RV parks go through a lot of permitting and a lot of requirements, and they're here and they can use them. And I can send them links to the tourism has a whole bunch of links of active parks. They're there for a reason. So I know people want to buy land and camp on it, but no, that's why we have these parks and campgrounds, and they're great, and we have a ton of them.
so this brings up another question for me. As you know, there's been a lot of debate about in Floral City, in a particular subdivision, where a structure burnt and the homeowner or the lot owner has now put a tent there. What are we doing about that? I know I think we've had code enforcement.
So we've talked about code enforcement and the kind of the teeth that they have to move forward. And if there is an unsafe structure, the code has the ability to tear that structure down.
Which they did.
Which they did, but the same person still owns the property, so,
So they're allowed to pitch a
well,
tent?
no, what happens is, they're in that situation for some financial hardship, and they still own that property, so they continue to live on that property with whatever means that they have. But, so you can't trespass someone from their own property. So there's a little bit of a, the alternative would be, doing something to take ownership from that person. I don't know that's a policy decision that I don't know if the board wants to go that route or not. But it's something that I know code enforcement has several cases. I know JC took me out to one in Homosassa where they've kind of created a tent city and they put tarps up around and that's where folks go. But the person that resides in the tent on the property is the property owner. So it puts us in it's more of a, it puts us in, it's not a land development issue as much as maybe a sheriff's office. But
So draw the distinction for me between a tent and an RV.
Same difference. It's a temporary use, but it's not something that's permitted. It's not
They
something
get a
that you,
code
it's
violation.
not something that you get a permit for.
Let me help Eric.
Sure.
It's not allowed.
But you get code, but there, you would then file code on them.
Right,
yes?
but so you play it out all the way where you have an unsafe structure, it's torn down, someone, because their financial means, they have to reside somewhere, so they put a tent up on the property. Do they really care if code enforcement's after them and putting a $50 a day lien on? Probably not. They'll let that ride because of the hardship that they're in. So it puts everybody in a bad situation on what the ultimate solution is.
Do they have the right then to invite others in?
They don't have the right to be there.
I understand.
So no, they don't have the right to invite anybody there. They don't have the right to be there. They don't have the right to invite anybody. The difficulty is what enforcement mechanism the county has to take care of it.
Because they own the property.
Oh, I understand. I'm trying to draw the distinction between what right the boards have and when does it become civil and criminal.
Do you think you're qualified to answer that question, Eric? What is civil and criminal?
No.
Go ahead if you want to.
Just a planner.
Yeah. No, I don't see that in the LDC.
Paper likes to write about it, so I thought I would just put it out there.
Anyway, to sum up the temp uses, I do think the special events for 4 days with 3 per year is working very well. You can see at the top of this table what's required. They need to demonstrate trash and restrooms and driveway access and parking. Can't just set it up in the middle of the road. So this is working very well, but it was up for discussion. And then these items are the current language. If you want some changes, it's fine. Otherwise, I'll go on to engineering stuff, which I'm a little out of my wheelhouse for. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
With all
One
that?
second. So on these storage units, and Denise, help me out, because this has been a few months back now. I got a complaint.
Yes, ma'am, it was in, yes, go ahead.
So I think, didn't we calculate it was something like 12 or 1,500 square foot, one of these containers that got moved into a neighborhood?
Yes,
Okay,
I think
the-
it was just behind the Inverness Golf and Country Club.
Yes, but the container was quite large. It was one of these storage containers, and they're absolutely allowable to be moved into a neighborhood
Not
on a
anymore.
small lot.
Not anymore.
Right.
Not with this language. So
That's-
if you
okay.
pass this tonight, they cannot be used as residential storage buildings. They have that ability to do it, and we do have the temporary one, which is
Two
pod,
days?
yeah.
2 occurrences per address, up to 14 days. But that's it.
If those things are still there after you pass this, then it would be appropriate for a code compliance.
Oh, so they can, it's not grandfathered?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And the last item is some information from engineering. This is their language. I am not an engineer, and I hate to play one on TV, but I'm going to do my best. The finished floor elevation waiver was confused by some people as being some kind of waiver from FEMA standards. It absolutely is not. They're not really even related. So the finished floor shall be a minimum no lower than the 100-year flood elevation. Planning and Development Commission also added a statement here, if you look in the draft text, to refer to where the FEMA requirements are in the code. So if there is some confusion, here's the information. They've also changed the words crown to highest point. Crown's kind of an old language. And they took out the assumed elevations. The explanation to me from the engineers is it's not very accurate and it does cause some problems. So assumed elevations are not good, and they want the engineers to actually give them real elevations. The last comment they had was commercial development that accesses, and it does say unclassified. Now it would be unimproved or substandard county road, requires them to upgrade the portion of the road to county roadway standards. We do have some classified roads that are not always county standards, and this would be for a commercial development. They would have to make that roadway come up to standards for them. So it's a good change. That's it.
Excellent.
Can you give an example of a commercial, I'm assuming, I mean, what happens if you have some rural area and these event barns or party, whatever they call them? I mean, is that
I don't know that I've ever permitted an event barn, to be honest. Commercial development, if it's a commercial, say, on Withlacoochee Trail, generally, that's fine, but if they want to go on the corner and their access is going to be on that side road, for example, they might have to improve that side road to be able to handle the traffic that's related to the commercial, and that's what engineering uses this section for. But right now, it's limited to unclassified, and that's a problem because we do have higher classification roadways or classified roadways, and that limits us quite a bit. So if you're putting in a very high dense commercial development, the roads should be able to accommodate it right there on traffic. We don't have concurrency where we can say 5 miles away, this intersection is going to be a problem now, but we do have right there where you're coming in or your trucks are coming in or your traffic is, you need to upgrade it. And that's what this section does. That's all the changes I've highlighted. I mean, there are some individual things, but I don't think I've missed anything. But if there's any questions, other than what you've already had. Gonna open it then.
Okay, we are, Board, do you have any changes to what she has presented, recommended, or would you like to make a motion? Or we have to do the public hearing, sorry. It's late afternoon. I think the sun is set already. Okay, open it up to the public, yes. Hold a public hearing. Thank you, Commissioner Kennard.
Bob Rudemiller, Floral City. This is really very interesting, and it's taken me off guard because I didn't have any chance to study it, but I'd like to make just a couple observations, maybe constructive criticism. The first one is about the gas storage tanks. I think the word gas is rather loose, and many gas stations offer diesel, and some even offer kerosene. So using the word gas is perhaps maybe might give you some problems later on. The other thing I'd like to point out is that there's a big difference, but there's a big difference between distance from a potential spill and the volume of a potential spill. And I don't see volume at all indicated in that resolution. Because if you had a 1,000-gallon tank 500 feet away, chances are you're going to hit the aquifer. But if it's only a 50-gallon tank, chances you wouldn't. So you might want to consider looking at the wording of maximum volume, up to 500 gallons or something like that. But it is overall, it's a good resolution. The second thing is about shipping containers. And I know that our overall theme is nature in conjunction with community, or community thrives. So if you drill into what is community thriving, and you blend that with nature, what you come up with is appearance. What does it look like when anyone is, even a visitor is coming through Citrus County? What does it appear like? We see a lot of trees, we see beautiful parks and streams, but we may also see shipping containers right along the highway. Now, the containers, the resolution is mainly about residential, but stop and think of where do you think the shipping containers are going to be located for non-residential uses? It's businesses. And where are the businesses located? Along the highways. And where do people mostly view and get the concept of nature and where the community thrives? The essence of that is along our highways. So I think you should strongly look at visibility of shipping containers along our roads and also adjust it to not residential, but I think the bulk of containers are going to be for business storage. And therein lies a big problem because we're going to look like a junkyard. And speaking of junkyards, I think we're going to rename Floral City, not Floral City, but Junkyard City. Seriously, about a year ago, I gave a presentation of all the photos of Floral City, and it's becoming a junkyard. As you approach Floral City from the north, getting into the city limits, you will see a big junkyard on your left. If you slowly drive through Floral City and look at the buildings and what's going on, it really is a junkyard. The only essence of Floral City is Orange Avenue and Avenue of the Oaks. Beautiful. Everything else, we need to look at it very, very close. By the way, the burnt trailer, 2 years it sat burnt until the owner sold the property to someone else, and they took it upon themselves to clean up the burnt trailer, if that's what you're speaking about, Commissioner. Thank you.
Well, if the property's sold, it's going up on the auction December. That's what I understand. Okay.
Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge, and I can't follow, I cannot follow his lead because he did it so well, and it is a truth. The only question I do have is pertaining to, and I don't know if this is the right spot to do that, is for instance, my son is looking to buy a lot and build through contractors. Is he allowed to, for a period of time, allowed to live in an RV? Other than that, he hit it on the nail. I don't have to say anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Anyone further?
I know HOAs and civic associations have deed restrictions. Most of them do not allow you to live on the property in any way, shape, or form when you are building a house. So it does make some inconsistencies for when you're building. I complained years ago, a couple of years back, when all those shipping containers were on 44, because they were being used to make into houses. It doesn't say you can't do that. It just says you can't use them for storage. Are we still allowing them to be made into houses? That was my only question, but, some of these things are just no-brainers, but they don't follow any consistency with homeowners and civic association deed restrictions, and they got county, and they counterbalance, and it's hard when you tell somebody, well, you live in a deed restricted community and you can't do that. Well, the county says I can do it. Okay, and that's a very, very hard thing to try and get across to property owners that are, new to the area and they're building and they're coming from another area, another state. Sometimes it would be easier if you were to get with some of the HOAs and deed restricted communities, see what do they have on their books and compare it to what you have and try and make some more things that are uniform so that the county is uniform and it looks better, not like, and I do know what he's saying, when you go down 41 and that one side of the road is a junkyard and that looks horrible. But then you go a little further and it's really nice. I mean, it's a shame that you go from a nice to a junk to a nice, it's the same way when you go north on 41 out of Inverness, where we have the motel, the one that they did take down and the one that's still up, and, you've got junk in that area in Hernando. But I do like what they've come up with. They've done a good job adjusting things to more current 2020, things, because things have changed. And yet, 2 weeks in a trailer is more than enough.
Thank you, Janet. All right, close the public hearing portion of this. Commissioner Schleba?
I just wanted to say, it's not the county's responsibility for the HOAs or the civic associations. That is something that the civic association, the HOAs, really need to look at. I know that if somebody wanted to build a home out of shipping containers in my neighborhood, it wouldn't be possible. So that's where you need to look at what your laws are and go from there. But the county isn't going to go to each POA or HOA or civic association and say, this is what you need to look at, this is coming. It's coming. And there's some beautiful things. I go to a coffee shop in Atlanta that's a shipping container, and it's absolutely gorgeous. So, but we don't want the look of it, of junkyard conditions. So I would suggest neighborhoods really take the bull by the horns, because it's coming. Thank you.
Bob, great suggestions. I think that the fuels one should be fairly easy change, yes? Versus
Sorry,
gas?
I don't know that I agree with him, simply because gas is gas. It's a good generic term that actually can be LP gas, it can be gas. I don't really want to try to come up with specifics because I think I might miss one or something new comes in. I think gas is going to be enough to deal with. This is automobile service station section. So whatever they offer, whether it's diesel or not diesel or kerosene, or I think a gasoline storage tank.
Legally, gasoline is very different from diesel, so fuels is the all-encompassing term, I believe.
Yeah, we can change
Maternity?
all gas pumps and fuel storage tanks, or all fuel pumps and fuel storage tanks, something like that. Does that work?
Seems like an easy enough
Okay.
change. The other changes that he noted with volume and so forth, I would like, I don't want to hold this up, but perhaps the PDC, I know that they, some of them at least watch this meeting, and so perhaps they'll discuss it and bring it forward themselves, because those were some, they're engineer, right? So,
Multiple, yes.
yep, so listen to the engineers. Yes.
Just a question for Ms. Katu. The gas stations, when they come before us now, have to be a PUD. I'm just trying to rack my brain to see if there would be any other way a business, not a gas station, would have an underground buried fuel tank that that we would want to come before us. Or does all of these things, if it's underground, will it come before us?
I think we've covered here, these uses would for commercial.
All
So,
of those,
all
okay.
of these, and the very general sales, rental, service, repair of motorized vehicles is a lot. Small engine equipment repair, I think, and building trade assembly, I think you're covering everything I can think of that would be that general thing. Now, this is just in the CHHA. This won't be gas stations outside of the CHHA. They still can come through by right, unless they're within 500 feet of that,
Okay.
of a spring, et cetera.
And then with that, I liked Mr., is it Ruta Miller? His very thoughtful point about the size of the tank. It may need to be moved further away, but I assume we could address that with the PUD then at that time.
Right, point taken. We'll bring that to try to research what I can on that, and we can take it to the PDC, get some discussion.
And thank you, Mr. Ruta Miller.
Can I ask one other question?
Yes, ma'am.
So in the CCHA, because Crystal River is a very environmentally sensitive area as well, but I think that falls outside of our jurisdiction, correct?
The city limits, yes.
So the difference between the two, if it was, Crystal River was included, there would be 12% commercial. And excluding Crystal River, we have 8% commercial in the CHHA. So it's not very much.
No.
It's 8,132 properties.
We're catching what we can on the west side. Yeah, agreed. I did want to say that somebody asked about the storage containers for commercial. They don't meet our aesthetic standards in our small box and big box, so they wouldn't be allowed on commercial lots. That came up with a member of the public.
Board, anyone want to make a motion?
So just clarify that, so the storage containers are not allowed on commercial properties?
Right, they don't meet our aesthetics for our small box and big box standards in the land development code. You couldn't have these because we can't have exposed metal at all. So this wouldn't be able to be used for a commercial site.
Okay.
Madam Attorney?
You mean as a primary use, not as a storage?
They can't use storage containers because we can't have exposed metal for facades at all.
In addition to their structure?
Yeah, in any structure, yeah. If they're gonna have a storage area, it's not gonna be a metal storage building. In the commercial, industrial's different. But our small box and big box kicks in, not just for the primary, but for anything on the site for non-res.
Can I throw a fly in that ointment? You know, you could put a facade in front of that.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely, absolutely, but it would not look like this. The appearance, I think, is what they were talking about. I agree with you. There's a way to totally screen these and we'll never even know they're there. And if they're not visible to the public and not visible from a roadway, et cetera, then they're fine.
I just didn't want the public to think that they couldn't.
Never, ever, yes. And of course, if, you know, if there's a delivery and it's gone the next day, et cetera.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve OA-2023-0002, the Land Development Code Coastal Development.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is that with the change from gas to fuel?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think she missed a 0.
She did miss a 0.
Okay.
I did 4 zeros.
No, you didn't. I counted.
Just go with it. It was 4 zeros.
Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we are adjourned.